You will.
Okay.
All right.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
I would like to welcome everyone in this room to the third Reston Association Board Budget Development Work Session. And I know we're all happy to be together one more time to work on the budget. The goal of this meeting is to provide the RA Board of Directors the opportunity to provide guidance to the RA staff as to what should or should not be included in the second draft of the 2016-2017 operating and capital budgets. While we, the board, will not be making any formal decisions this evening, we will be discussing important matters that will provide direction to the staff for the second draft of the 2016-2017 budgets. Before we get started, I would like to give the members, our directors, an opportunity to provide their comments regarding the budget development process. So why don't I just kind of go around, starting with you, Ray.
Come back to me if you don't mind.
Sure, not a problem. Ken?
Sure. Quickly, I suspect I'll have many more during the evening. But I think I do want to compliment, and I know many here agree, that staff has done a superb job of giving this information, beginning, as this first document points out, since last January. And we've gone through a lot. And I think the points I've been making to some of my colleagues is something I've shared with staff as well, that I think as we continue to look at the expense line of the equation, I think I need to emphasize that I believe that staff has done a significant job of already squeezing blood out of every turnip they can find in the budget. And so what's being presented to us, I think, over the last many, many months is about as good as they can get in sharing transparently the God's honest truth. I'm hoping that eventually that we will be able to focus on, I think, the much more important side of the equation, and that is new additional revenue sources. As we have decided through a couple of boards and through 2 strategic planning sessions, actually 3 that I've been through, we've been touting ourselves to be able to be the big kids at the big table. And with that comes a lot of responsibility as well as opportunity. Now that we're interfacing with developers on a regular basis, have taken a different stand with the county and the state on matters, perhaps we can work in that direction to identify some very credible opportunities that would add to the revenue side of the house without having to continue to dilute services through continuing to take a scalpel to an expense item here, an expense item there. Since I'm aware that I think the head count has been about the same for about the last 10, 15 years, so we're asking the staff to do an awful lot with pretty much the same head count and the same process, the same IT that they had 15 years ago. And I think it's time that we start giving them the benefit of the doubt and that we look at other ways to augment the budget. So enough said.
Thank
Go
you.
from there.
Eve?
Yeah, I also want to compliment staff. I think they did a phenomenal job of pulling this together in a way that's really meaningful. I don't think that there's any question that staff wants to provide the best value for the member's dollar. I do think that the board, though, has a responsibility to make choices, and it may not be. I wouldn't look at it first as an assessment dollar increase decrease question, but much more of a: are we fulfilling our responsibility to provide the best value, the right mix of services? Have we given the staff all the tools that they need to do their job? I think we've struggled with issues, technology issues, and that are really the result of only dealing with the dollar, the assessment number issue. So if that's the only focus, then that doesn't let you make choices around. I mean, it's easy to say no, we're not doing a technology investment, even though you know that that's going to yield huge benefit for the membership. So I'm excited about the work we're going to do tonight because I think that we can get to a good place.
Yeah. Could you briefly comment on the budget development process this year as compared to other years?
You know, I think that now in my third year on the board, I started, much as these board members did, with this was like the first thing on the plate, which was doing the biennial budget, and it was just to say that you were drinking out of a fire hose wouldn't even really come close to describing how difficult it was, and how really almost well, for me it was, the data was presented in a way that was almost incomprehensible. This is so much cleaner, and it's got better last year when we did the sort of the mid-cycle review was much better. I mean, clearly just the change in CFOs, excuse me, over that time period made a huge difference. It's just hugely improved. Hugely improved.
Thank you. Mike?
I'd like to echo the comments that were made by my peers, and I want to focus really on the staff and the analytical work that the staff have done to present the options for us to consider. The clarity that's there, the analysis and whatnot, is very, very helpful for us to make comparisons. Now, I've observed two things that have been a concern to me. Number one is the look and feel of Reston as a community. And I've been struggling how best can we bring Reston to where it is, certainly quaint, but quaint in a very positive, forward-looking way. I've also struggled with some of the amenities that we have, and that some appear to be used extensively, others not so much. And I know that it's very difficult to get any new amenity in place, and so you're very reluctant to remove it. But if you take a look at the data that we've got here, we've got a number, frankly, of pools, that appear to be underutilized and offer us an opportunity to save money and allocate it somewhere else. Well, I think that we need to be prepared to make these tough choices. Certainly with the community fully behind us and supportive, but in order to make those tough decisions, we really need to see the data and the factual data. And you've frankly been able to present that and share that with me, and I thank you for it. The last point I want to make is it's absolutely essential for all of us to ask all of the questions that we have in a respectful way, and that with candid, open discussion, we can really get at what the real opportunities are. I know for some of the newer members on the board, it really is, as Eve has said, drinking from a fire hose. I believe that this may be the third budget cycle, because this is my fourth year on the board. I think I may have been just at the tail end of the first one, middle of or complete cycle in the second, and through the entire process for this third one. And I'm now starting to get a sense of where the opportunities are and whatnot. I think that we have to have faith in our other board members that they've looked at this and perhaps maybe take their lead sometimes, but ask all of the questions. Let's make sure that we really understand what's in front of us. we stop. Thank you.
Good. Danielle?
Yes, staff, you are amazing. This is quite informative. But I would like to reiterate what Eve said. We do need to stand back and determine first what services do RA would they like to provide? Do we want them providing? And then let's give staff everything they need. I hope staff knows that the board has, you guys have our utmost respect, and we love everything that you've done, and you're really knocking it out of the ballpark on this one. So thank you. This stuff is not easy to pull together. This information provided is, like I said, great. It's going to enable good decisions to be made. It really showed how some pools are underutilized. It gave us the geographic map. I was also surprised to see that not only are some pools underutilized,
We turned it on at one point. Not only are they underutilized, but that our pool passes, just the unit sales have declined every year since 2012. And it's not just non-members, it's our own residents. So we need to, those pools, which are such a big part of what Reston is about, need focus in terms of how to turn it around. And then, of course, always let's focus on the revenue piece too. We've kind of beat up this cost side quite a bit.
Well, since you're our financial guru, what do you think about the entire budget process?
It is reiterative. It has to go through all these cycles. I don't think we would have found out that the pool sales are going down every single year without kind of digging in a little deeper. And certainly, one of my favorite charts was Ray's idea of the geographic look at Reston and where those pools are and combining it with the underutilization.
Yeah.
So every budget cycle goes through many different forms, and the more questions, the better in some cases.
Absolutely, yeah. Julie?
Yes. Echoing, of course, the work that the staff has done, continues to do every day with the challenges that are placed in front of them. Do more with less. It's a mantra that I think we all live by. Certainly cognizant of the challenges that we have before us, the balance of the cost and the benefits. We need to maximize where our dollars go, but yet not be short-sighted in some of those decisions. I don't think that we should be compromising who and what Reston is. And I think that there's value in what we are and the vision that we are, and that's why people move here. That's why they stay here through their entire adulthood. I thought the data certainly gave us some interesting questions about where things were going, the shift in the use of the amenities. You said the dollar decline in the pool passes. Wondering whether or not some of the pools might now be located where the people were still in their homes, but their children are no longer there. So thus the pools are not, really important to that demographic group there. I wondered about Tall Oaks, the pool at Tall Oaks, whether or not the use of that pool there was a reflection of the economic situation of that village center. And with the revitalization of the village center, would that then cause and perhaps, some of our amenities can be reduced in hours open, or knowing that, we may take a year off from them being available, but in another year they may come back online because of those changing dynamics. When I was running for the board, I shared with folks my fiscally conservative roots. But I do believe in saving for the future, and I'm concerned that have we done enough to do so? And that might result in some temporary pain for permanent gain as we go along this journey. So it has been a fire hose, but there's a lot of data there, and the more time you spend on it, the more you get from it, and then more questions are asked. So I've gotten much from the first session, much from the data provided by the staff, and the ability to ask questions in a free, open environment, I think is what makes us do our fiduciary duty as board members.
Thank you, very insightful. Jeff?
This is probably, I guess, my second second time going through the budget process, so it's, I think it, and I'm speaking specifically of the process, Ellen.
Yeah, right.
I think it's getting so much better. The leadership that Kate is providing and the great work the staff is doing in terms of providing the information to allow us to have some transparency. Okay, what does our community look like? What are we getting? What's the value that we're getting out of our budget? And that's fantastic. So Kate,
Yeah.
double thumbs up on that. With regard to the budget process, I don't look at it so much as the budget process happening in isolation now. And again, this is a tribute to the to the leadership of the board, our board leadership over the past couple of years of really putting in place good structures for us to be thinking about our community and what we want, our strategic planning process. I think we need to be honest to that because we spend a lot of time and a lot of effort going out to the community and engaging the community, saying what's important to you, where do you want to put your dollars, where are your priorities, and I've been reflecting on that a lot more over the past month, and saying our budget and our strategic goals that our community told us we should be focusing on. We need to be sure that we're aligning those, still doing the hard work, sharpening the pencils, and thinking about where there are opportunities to maybe do things differently. But I think we need to be consistent and listen to what our members told us as part of that strategic planning process. And also, our Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee that we have, they're just doing fantastic work, and the survey they have out. I think our process next year is going to be even better and stronger, and we'll be in a position to continue down a very good path that we're on in terms of process.
Yeah. Thank you much. Ray, you ready?
Yeah, thank you. This is an extremely difficult process if we want to get it right, and I think we all know that, and we're not going to get it 100% right. Trying to project things out 2 years in anything you do is difficult enough. The data was excellent. I have a much better understanding of a lot of things. I would like to see a lot more of it. I just don't want to reiterate, but I love the comments that Mike was making. I want to build on the comments that Jeff was making also about the operations. One thing about the survey, I may be the only one with issues about it, is that it's nice to have the numbers and the impact and how much money this is and what the impact is of cutting it out. But there was an awful lot of editorial writing in there, which, if you don't say no to this particular item, Armageddon is going to hit. And item after item, I read that almost leading us to say yes. I would like to see that toned down a little bit. We're all smart. We're going to need to make tough decisions. There's going to be some things need to be cut out. We may need to add things.
Are you speaking like of the narratives in the paragraphs?
Yes. So you almost would feel guilty to say no, or am I going to be attacked if I say no? And a lot of them, it's back to the same old either or thing, which we all know I'm opposed to. Rather than yes or no, there's a lot of them that could be yes, but at a lower or a higher dollar amount. We were stuck on a fixed amount. You're either in or you're out on this amount on this item. On some of them, and we'll get to that as we discuss them all. On, I don't know, trim, a different word, like maybe fun, but at a lower level, or something along those lines would fit in. On the bigger picture, and that's probably not part of this budget process, but it should be an ongoing process from here going forward for all of us, more so for the staff and more so for Kate than the board. I'm always wondering about the operations. Are we doing things as effectively as we can do? Are we putting ourselves in, the modern term of silos? Everybody's got their own little department. Do we have cross-communication? Do we have employees that may want to spend some time in another section of RA from where they are and probably get more growth out of that than taking 10 training classes? These are a lot of things that are becoming more apparent as we study more successful companies, particularly in the computer and the internet world, versus those that are traditional bureaucracies. Now, being a government agency, we only have that, obviously. But how do you take advantage of additional revenue opportunities, operational improvements, the incredible number of willing volunteers that we have in Reston, make better use of them rather than stick them on a committee and the committee meets once in a while and nothing happens. You know, so there's a lot of people who have a lot to offer and they're trying, and they want to, but I am wondering deep in the recesses of my mind if we can't do a lot better there. And talking about what Jeff was referring to with community involvement, we reach out a lot, but are we being effective? I don't see it coming back the other way. We'll get into a lot of those things on a line item by line item basis, but just those type of things. And like I say, I don't know whether that's something that can be dictated or monitored very effectively by the board. I'll drop that one on Kate and the higher level staff to figure it out. But I do think we can extract, any organization, not just us,
Right.
name Apple or any of them, can extract more out of what they're currently doing. And they're constantly looking daily to do that. And I think we should continue to monitor and never be satisfied with where we are, how we're organized, what we're spending here, there, and everywhere. And not only be in the top 10, let's make it a goal to be the #1 community in the country.
Right.
Not 7, not 5, not 10.
A lot of food for thought. Thank you so much. I'm going to pause in my opening remarks and drop down to member comments. I don't want to hold Mr. Dean all night. James? 3 minutes, and we ask you to speak regarding the budget development or process, because our full board meeting will be Thursday the 24th, so that'll give you another opportunity if you have other issues you want to discuss.
I'm James Dean. I live at 11195 Square Cell Court. I want to echo the thanks and congratulations to the staff for the excellent job on all of the details and information that you provided in the second round regarding the budget, and all of the information you've been providing regarding the budget. One thing that I would chime in on, though, it would seem to me sometime in this early in the budget process or throughout the budget process, district meetings at this point would be more helpful perhaps than what you did this past spring. It would give the Restonians an actual chance to look at their priorities versus a $33 or a $17 assessment increase. And then I think the rubber meets the road better. I did go back and looked at the videos from the previous meetings, and I had a few responses to what I heard from the board at those meetings. I was surprised to hear that some think the assessments have been too low for too long. That seemed to, I was a bit concerned by that. But even if the assessments have been too low, you don't necessarily want to knock people out with a $33 increase in one year and a $17 increase in the next. That's a $50 increase over a 2-year period. The other thing, I heard some mention of getting closer to or hitting the assessment cap. I would worry about that. I think you should try and keep it below the cap, with the understanding that there may be emergencies or unforeseen circumstances when you would have to, hopefully for just a short period of time, but you would have to raise the assessment and hit the cap. So if you don't leave any leeway, any gap there, you kind of, you put yourself in a more dire situation. And some issues that we're looking at currently, the erosion and pipes issues, the legal costs regarding the golf course, as well as what costs may be involved if we have to deal with Fairfax County and them looking at making our Reston a higher density population spot. That may be something that we have to respond to as well. I'm very much in favor of making wise investments in Reston, but I think Kate in their documents gave you a number of places where you can make some smart cuts, be it the pools, with the central facilities renovations. with that being so much money, considering our budget, that may be something that you have to phase in over a 4 to 5 year period versus just a 2 or 3 year period.
Yeah.
That's my timer.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's good to see you again.
Thank you.
The last time we met, and I think that was August the 24th, we were presented with decision points that led us, the board, to ask staff for more information. The questions posed that evening were excellent. Equally as good was the outstanding work staff undertook to thoroughly answer our questions, and thank you so much, staff. I found the information they provided to be very helpful, and I hope you did as well, board members. I want to also acknowledge the fresh perspective of our new board directors. I'm talking about Julie, Danielle, Ray, and I guess Jeff doesn't call himself new, right? And unfortunately, Cinder's not here, but pass the word to her. You bring to this really, really important discussion and a very, very good perspective, and we really, really appreciate it. The five of you have not been through this process before, but Jeff, you have, right? Yeah. Yeah, once, right? And we understand you're not familiar with what the rest of us veterans in the room have been during our time on the board, and we certainly understand that it's a very daunting and it's a very tedious process. While we have much wisdom to offer, I value the questions you have and are posing, so please do not stop bringing those questions forth. Keep them coming. And again, I realize it's a difficult process. You know, you feel that you're holding the community in two hands, right? And you want to do the best for the community, and you want to maintain the quality of the community. But on the other hand, if there are amenities that are not necessary or needed, you want to look at that perhaps and update some of the amenities that you have. So it's very, very difficult. Before you is a brief timeline of our budget development process. And I think that's, I have it somewhere. Where is it, please? Oh, okay. I think you have this, right? Okay. Front and back. Tonight will not be our last meeting. I know everyone's happy to come back together again. We have much we still need to accomplish this evening to provide staff with clear directions on what should or should not be included in the next budget draft. So I ask that you listen carefully to each other, be respectful of each other's perspectives, that we focus on working as a team. It's sort of like a relative, you know, you don't get to choose, but we're here together, so we'll make the best of it for the good of the whole community. And that we focus on the mission or goal of this evening's meeting to provide clear direction to our wonderful senior leadership staff. I'm going to circulate a list of possible meeting dates, and I think we have those, right, in front of us. Yeah. Lou? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think you have that.
Around the table.
Yeah.
They don't, they would all
Okay.
need to see it.
Okay.
I just let it
Yeah,
go.
why don't we pass that around? Thank you.
Yep, we'll start maybe with Mike.
Okay.
And then find out which dates are best for him.
And let's see. During the course of the evening, please identify which date or dates would work best for your schedule. I know that we have families, and some of us have young children, and we've got soccer going on, and we've got a lot of stuff going on. This evening, I've asked our CEO, Katie Fulkerson, to facilitate our discussion, which will focus on the results of the homework assignment she provided us last Friday. And the good news is people did their homework, so no one has to stay after school. Our goal will be to get through the list. Kate, the floor is yours.
Something came to mind when Ray was talking before we get started about kind of business process review and what's going on internally. So I'm going to ask my staff, is that something at all that I'm interested in? They're like, oh, man, she's moving our cheese again. We're doing a lot of that, and in the next few months, I will, bring you kind of the results of that and how we're doing. So, but that is something that we're doing. I just wanted to make sure you knew that. Before we get started, I just wanted to say, I really like the questions that are being asked.
Mm-hmm.
It was a great exercise for us to do internally. It's easy to become complacent, look at the stuff, in a particular view over and over again. But it really made us take a look and put on paper what we knew in our heads, but gave us an opportunity to look at it again. So I'm really glad that you found it helpful. The questions that we got yesterday were helpful as well. And I will make sure that we get those addressed for you right away before your next session. Didn't have an opportunity, forgive me, to get it done between the time that I received them and tonight because we had other things going on in the building, but we'll definitely get those addressed and anything else that might come out tonight. So what I wanted to do tonight is to go over the results of the homework that you've done. And it really, I think you're going to find that it definitely lends itself to giving us clear direction. And what Sabrina's going to do is she's going to hand out one by one. I'm going to come up there with you or stand where you can, at least stand where you can hear me.
Okay.
I think
good.
Sean would want me to stay here, right? So I can do whatever I need to.
Doesn't matter.
But right. So what we did is we tabulated all of the results that you did, that you turned into us. And I wanted to make sure that we stayed focused tonight. I don't want anybody to read ahead. But what you have before you is 8 of the 9 of you were able to complete the homework and turn it in. And wherever we found a common there was a clear direction. In fact, right at the bottom of your page, it will say green. Things were highlighted in green. You gave us clear direction. Where 7 or 8 of you said, yes, this is what should be done. It should stay in the budget, or yes, or no, it should be removed from the budget. So the first 2 areas where we had very clear direction from you was in the central services facility, those 2 line items offered, and in lakes, ponds, and streams. So that gave us very clear direction. And if you're comfortable, I would recommend, and it's entirely, as I'm in a facilitating position tonight, I would recommend that we not spend time on green items and that we move ahead to the next. And I just want to see if everybody is comfortable with that approach tonight.
Everyone comfortable?
Absolutely.
Good.
Cards.
We're comfortable.
Okay.
Strongly agree.
Strongly agree.
That
Okay.
would be a consent item.
That might be a consent item. Right, exactly. So I'm going to go ahead, and I apologize. That was the first one, and the second one was there. So now we're going to go on to the next set. Okay?
I just pass them around.
Pass them around, please do.
Pass them around.
Okay.
So hopefully we'll get you through some of this a little more quickly than you anticipate. Okay. So your next set of items, again, were green. 7 or 8 of you gave us clear direction on, yes, keep that in, and those happen to be the area in the functional areas of natural areas and land use. So those items you were very clear that you were comfortable with leaving those dollars in the budget at this point in time. Any questions, or are you guys ready to move on to the next set?
I'm good.
Ready to move on?
I have a
Question, okay?
question, and it was about the land use. I didn't know, it seemed like these are really big numbers. I didn't know if there were any opportunities or if we would want any opportunities to reduce the numbers in any way. So I want to pay whatever it takes to support the Reston National Golf Course,
Mhm.
or do, legal fees for consultation on general land use. But is there any way to reduce them a little?
Are they estimates? Because it's
Okay.
billable
I
hours.
would not recommend it. And I'm going to take my facilitator hat on and give you my experience hat over the
Yep.
past 20 years when it comes to legal fees. That's not necessarily an area that you want to reduce.
Mhm.
Stuff comes up. Things happen that you never anticipate. There could be something, especially, in any legal situation that I'm going to give you an example of just a pure hypothetical. Many years ago, not too many years ago, we had a problem with water being drawn from Lake Ann
Mm.
from a golf course.
Mhm.
And we needed to investigate whether or not Reston whether the golf course had the rights to do that.
Mhm.
Came up out of nowhere. We were in a drought situation, very difficult for the homes around.
Right.
And council can tell you, we had to go through an unanticipated process. So legal fees over time are, we always take a 5-year look at kind of the historical look whenever we're putting any of these numbers together. We look to what have we done over the past 5 years? And if we see a trend down, we're going to ratchet it down.
Mhm.
If we see a consistent trend, we're consistently spending this amount, we're going to make sure we budget that consistent amount. You've got a lot that you'll see on next Thursday night, coming up in the area of land use. I'm not sure I would reduce it.
Okay.
And last thing on that too is that any one of those legal line item fees one could go in more into one versus the other. You might spend less on the golf course. You might spend more on the kind of the general land use fees. I don't know. So I wouldn't recommend reducing it yet.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
those reflect the average or typical over the last number of years.
And land use has been interesting because we've only had that for a couple of years. So Larry and I were putting our best projection forward of this is what we anticipate. Anything else that you want to look at for these?
Mhm. So it could be less, even though we're budgeted.
Could be
yeah,
less.
Yeah.
And frankly, it could be more, depending on what's
Right.
going on. But
Okay.
of course, we will bring that to you. We'll always make you aware of that throughout the course of the year. Ready for the next step?
Yep.
So as soon as that comes around, I'll explain kind of a new color that is on there and see how you'd like to approach yellow. And when you see the color yellow, that indicates an area where technically a majority of you said, either yes or no. So whenever you see the color yellow, it was either a majority said yes or they said no. In this case, on computer support, the first 4 items under computer support, 7 out of 8 of you said, okay, that I'm fine with what I see. Where we had 6 saying yes and 2 didn't give an answer of yes or no, but something else.
Mhm.
And the question to you is, and we can do this item by item, but do you want to spend time when a majority of you have said yes, or would you like to spend time talking about it? Knowing that, and by the way, you're getting these in order of difficulty. So you've gotten your first ones, your easiest ones now. Yes, ma'am.
A question, so if you have here the category other or no, but not no, so on this item number 6, you got 2 people who said something other than yes
No.
or no?
And my recollection for that item was that someone didn't fill it out. They just
That was
didn't.
fine.
They just didn't put an X next to it.
I had another answer on that.
Did you? I can't. Because there were a
My
couple
only
that.
question is $50,000 the appropriate number, and how do we know that?
Okay. And what I'm going to do is I've got a whole line of subject matter experts with me. Would you like to talk to Deanna?
Sure.
And you're going to need to. I'm going to let you do this since you're on camera, my friend.
Sure. Okay.
I'll hold it.
No,
Go
I'll
ahead.
got it, I'll got it. So right now, this week, the whole IT department is actually off-site. They're off-site at training. and the training is with KTL, one of our largest vendors. And the training is really to get a grips of what they need to do to bring that knowledge in-house, so we do not spend a large amount of money on professional service fees. And I put this up there in discussion with Vicky because we need to wean ourselves off that kind of support. Specifically, some of the training relates to our billings and collection process, where we should not be relying on external parties to actually help us through a cycle every year that we do every year, where we almost rely on them a little too much. So that's why we put that amount there. So, the goal is to kind of get ourselves weaned off on some of these items and bring that knowledge in-house. And I've actually, before this was up there, I put $10,000 out of the professional fees budget and allocated that to training. Because what we want to do is we want to train our IT department up so they can slowly get grips of certain areas and bring down the costs on these items. So that's why it's up there. And I think it's a good incentive to spend less money in that area.
I was one of the ones that marked no, and I marked no precisely for that reason. And if you were to go through what I did, any staff training I maintained.
Good.
Because I think that we need to develop the capacity of the staff so that they can pretty much run. But if they need specialized expertise or otherwise, you've got some resources to do that.
I would, and I've already thrown out the idea, it's going to take a bit of time though, but of taking a large portion or at least some of that budget and perhaps getting a part-time person at a less of a rate.
Sure.
And it's those kind of things I've been thinking through to try and, cut in certain areas in the two departments that I'm responsible for. So, yep.
So,
Sorry.
no, no, go. And then I'll go. Yeah, go.
If you've had it here and it's supposed to reduce costs, did you reduce costs someplace else?
What do you mean?
So let me see if I can help answer that question. There was a certain amount that we had for professional and technical support in IT. There's more in IT than that 50,000 that you see. We are going to be spending money on licensing fees for new programs like Smart Webs that you heard, like another program that another business improvement piece that we're going to bring to you next month on point of sale, internal program review, and all that. So we are taking a chunk of that money and using it differently throughout the organization.
Okay, great.
Does that
Thank
help?
you.
Okay.
Yeah. So Robert, how many professional and technical employees will receive training for this amount, $2,000?
Well, I've put up the amount to perhaps take out of our total budget. And the whole IT team, as I said, is on training to hopefully get a lot of the information that's currently being done by KTL. So kind of wean them off that support. I mean, the company's been there for a long time, and they've done a lot of work. But I think it's time on certain areas, specifically repetitive areas that we do every year, to bring that in-house so we can be self-sufficient in our billings and in other areas. It's just not the right thing to do.
So sometimes those things take, and I've got to stand close to I don't want to get in trouble. Sometimes, that's why I was going to hold it with you. Sometimes these things don't happen overnight.
Right.
It takes a little bit of time. That's why I was saying, here's what we're going to be doing internally. We'll bring that to you because we want to show you what the ROI is. So the question that you had earlier, Ray, about what are you doing to improve processes? This is some of the stuff that you don't really get to see behind the scenes that's happening internally, where there's an in-depth review going on. How are we doing business, and why are we paying a contractor to help us do the assessment letters every year when we should be doing that by ourselves?
Right.
That's silly, right? So that's the kind of thing that we're spending money on training. We're getting just the nuggets that we need in order to take care of ourselves and be self-reliant, for lack of a better way of putting it. What I want to be mindful of is you've got quite a bit to go through.
Okay.
So I think you do need to make a decision as to whether or not you're comfortable with this yellow item as it is, or do you want to do something different with it?
Okay, why don't we go around? Jeff?
I'm good.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm good. I'm also assuming I could still ask questions that don't change my answer,
Sure.
but still clarification questions.
Absolutely.
So you're a yes?
I'm a yes.
Okay. Danielle?
Yes.
Okay. Yes?
Yes.
Eve?
I'm fine.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So we'll move to green.
Except for council,
Council.
apparently.
I would just suggest if you're going to take that approach, that you do it without objection, and if anybody has an objection, they
Okay.
state the objection. It might move things along.
Okay.
Good idea.
All right, good idea. Thank you so much.
So without objection, that'll stay for right now. Okay. And again, this is the reason why we highlighted some things, because there was an opportunity for conversation if you so chose to take it. Okay? So the next one we have is in the area of admin and member services.
Okay.
You're going to see that you've got 3 clear green items, and then you've got 2 yellow items, opportunities for conversation here.
Ooh,
Bless
God
you.
bless.
Bless you.
Ooh, I hope you're not getting
First,
sick.
your first yellow item, where 6 of you said, yes, let's keep this in the budget. 2 of you said, no, let's not, had to do with complimentary pool and tennis passes, are those that are given to Reston residents who otherwise would be unable to purchase passes. And this is a pretty stringent program that we've undertaken for a number of years with groups like Cornerstones and others, so that we can make sure that all have access to our facilities if they're unable to pay that additional fee. So the question for you is, do you want to keep it? Is there a need for any discussion at this, if you'd like to discuss this item further?
Just to clarify, this is really just the $10 pass.
Children's pass or the $20 or the $20.
But it's just it's the
Correct.
plastic card.
It's the plastic card to get into the facilities, yes.
Without objection?
Without objection, then that yellow stays.
Okay. Oh, jeez.
Okay. At the bottom are refreshments for our open house. That's going to be taking place on the October the 6th. Is that correct, Mike? Coming up as an example for this year? Right.
Eight.
I apologize. October the 8th. That's kind of a welcoming event that we have for new residents. Sometimes we get residents who've been here for a while. We provide some light refreshments. So we did put that on the table. 5 of you said, yes, leave that in. 2 of you said no. 1 of you had either no answer or had another comment regarding it. It's up to you. Is that something you guys want to discuss? Take off the table, leave on the table.
Can I make a comment about
Sure.
this one? It just occurred to me, I actually voted to keep it in. However, I do think that there's probably an opportunity. I think you should leave it in, but you certainly could go to any of the local restaurants and say, hey, would you like to, these are all new people, would you like to sponsor the event? And, because, they can hand out a coupon or da-da-da,
Good marketing.
Great idea.
And if I
Good marketing.
survive and get my coffee house going, I'll be first.
Excellent.
I love it.
Excellent.
Right.
Great. Okay.
There's a bulk discount.
No, just, I mean,
Any other comments? Okay, without objection?
That's a great idea. So without objection, that'll
Good.
stay. Okay.
all the restaurants would want to sponsor.
Yeah.
Okay. Next one's coming around. had the magnification to see what the next topic heading is. Jeff's closer.
Operations.
Operations, okay, this is 1900, this is kind of an overhead category that we have. And please know that, you might have snickered at some of these items when you got them, but I did ask for every department to be looked at what opportunity we have. So your first one on household and janitorial supplies, 8 of you said, yeah, please keep buying the cleaning supplies and stuff like that. We got clear direction on that. The second two, where 6 of you said yes to, okay, don't eliminate the coffee and stuff like that, or reduce business card ordering by delaying reorders until we really need it. I'm going to do executive privilege and strongly recommend that you say yes to taking out that second line item. Because it is, when we really looked at it, that's a waste of money. I know it's 10 cents, but it is something where I would
Absolutely.
prefer you say take that out, as opposed to, yes, let's keep that in the budget. So
Did you mean the business card one?
the business card
Yeah.
piece. So let's just, if
Letter.
you don't mind, when I looked at this list, that was one of those where I said, let's go ahead and make that decision. Is that okay?
They were
Okay.
very expensive business cards.
And it also had to do with letterhead too. It wasn't just
Yeah.
business cards. So there's some letterhead too. And we're
Letterhead
beginning
and
to do a
stationery.
lot more electronically. We're not quite using as much letterhead. So I'd like to, is that okay, Melissa?
Is,
Okay, so we're
Counselor, we
just,
have the same
if
thing?
you don't mind, let's go ahead and take that out without
okay.
objection.
Without
right?
objection. Okay. Julie, did you have a hand up?
When we're ready to talk about the refreshment one.
Okay.
And back to refreshments?
And, yeah.
Do you want to talk about, go back to that? and
Yes,
talk about
Julie
that one?
wants to.
I just have a question. All headquarter office, where is this, where are we providing these free coffee things? Is it
Pantry down here, we have a pantry upstairs, we have a pantry also, and we have 3 pantries in the building where we have coffee and tea and all of that. We also provide it for our central services facility staff and for Nature House. So it is 3 different locations that we provide that. Did I get that wrong? You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. Kind of? Melissa's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Primarily for headquarters? I thought we were doing some ordering too for Nature House and CSF. Yeah, we do. I think.
That's a separate budget, right?
Do you guys do it separate? I don't think you order it, do you? I think it's done through us, and it's just distributed differently.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is staff.
It's staff. Mostly the supplies that you're going to see over here are going to be used for meetings, things like that. So, if you go get a cup of coffee, it's from the stuff that we order. So.
Thank you.
I was just surprised to see coffee and tea provided to the staff, just from my experience in working in offices. Has been something that got kind of eliminated
Okay.
as the years went past.
Okay. So it can be a discussion item for the group. I know that Mike and Melissa have a comment.
Yeah, I guess the one thing I did want to add is, as it relates to our conference center rentals here, that is kind of an add-on package that we do offer to anybody who's renting conference space here.
So they have to pay extra
So,
for that.
yeah, they do
They
pay
pay?
extra for it, but they're entitled to coffee and tea.
But
And
this,
that is new. Because of Mike and
Good.
Lisa, that is new over the past couple of months that we've added on. You have to pay for the coffee and stuff like that for people who are not RA-based, committees or board or stuff like that. Melissa? Same thing? Okay.
Yeah.
Mental telepathy, they're
Yeah.
talking to each other, huh?
And Kate, if I may, also used when you have meetings and you have visitors in your office, right?
Right,
Yeah,
yes, yes,
So
upstairs,
just
that'll
not
be
exclusively for
business
employees.
meetings and
Right.
things like that.
okay, I just needed clarification of where that was.
Okay.
Not to prolong the discussion, I just came back from Southern California, Google.
Doesn't count.
57,000 employees, and they provide free food and refreshments for everybody. And apparently, Google's not the only company that does it. $2,000 is not a lot. I think that
We were talking
sponsorship,
about
9,000,
9,600.
9,600.
9,
Almost 10,000.
9,600, yeah.
9,600. This is also a sponsorship opportunity for certain events.
Well, this,
Each
I,
copy
but this was, this was staff
It's really
internal.
staff, I mean,
Yeah, I'm not quibbling over it, I
Mhm,
just wanted
just asking.
clarification,
Yeah,
okay? I
yeah.
voted yes.
Jeff, anything on it?
No, I've worked in the public sector, so, that type of stuff would
You get
never be
nothing.
considered. I had to go buy my own coffee maker for my new office, okay, I put it out in the thing myself.
Uh-huh.
But you know what, in most professional, work environments, that type of thing is provided to professional staff.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
not an
47
unreasonable
cents.
thing for the good work that our people do, and get their caffeine so they can be energized.
Now, if we got him a Starbucks
That's-
in this building.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Danielle?
No objection to leaving it.
Okay.
Or like again, coffee house.
Eve, anything else?
Nope.
Ken?
I'm good with it.
Okay, so,
Thank you.
oh, that's,
Made a change there, that was good.
without objection. Good,
Okay,
it's good.
next one. This is pathways. So-
Pathways, right.
So, if I read that, I can see
It
that.
is pathways, yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. The last three on the pathways, you had, all 8 who participated had no questions, no changes. That's sanding, asphalt, gravel. The first 2, one on household janitorial, Fido receptacle doggy bags, there was 6 of you said yes, 1 said no, and 1 had a different answer. And salaries and wages employees, reduced trash pickups from twice a week to once a week for 357 trash cans and 40 bus stop containers. 6 said yes, and 2 had different answers. So I think those 2 yellow ones are up for discussion if anybody has any questions or
Comments?
comments.
Ray, anything for you? No?
Yes, I have comments on that. Once again, the 32,940, I'm questioning the amount. I'm just wondering if there's, when it says trash pickup twice a week, it's all the same cans, same bus stops. Do we have a whole number of them that maybe don't need it?
And I'm going to...
Maybe there are 1 or 2 that even twice a week isn't enough. Are we doing anything to analyze any of that and kind of working this number, hopefully down, but wherever it really needs to be?
Can I toss that to Mike McNamara?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, no, we do not get to each trash can every week. We've identified hot spots and patterns, especially ball fields,
Right.
picnic pavilions, which we hit more often than the other ones. And seasonally, yeah, during the winter, they're obviously less of a push on those. But the same crew for that is being used to prune and do other things like that. So to answer your question, no, we don't do every trash can twice a week. It's usually Mondays and Fridays. Yes, we do have a pattern of hot spots that we keep an eye on, especially Mondays and the weekends after the ball field use, soccer fields. And we will do extra in certain areas, like the ball fields. Especially if there's a tournament or something. Linda Thomas, our pathway person, has got a really good schedule.
Okay, so we're not talking about just a regular cycle that's...
No, it's not like a trash provider like that picks up every Monday, Thursday, and does every one. No, we've got the full cycle would cover all those cans once a week, a lot of them twice, sometimes 3.
Okay.
Okay. Ken, you had something?
No, I'm just saying in my area, I recognize the route, I forget, there's several drivers that go through, but it's a rather lengthy pathway where I think probably maybe 8 receptacles are hit. So to say I'm not going to hit this one while I'm already on the path with the pickup truck is sort of you might as well just keep going until you hit them. And in our area, while it's not a ball field, that path by the marina, it needs it at least 3 times. So I think this is an item I think we have to keep in. In fact, I would see if we could, even get more accomplished somehow.
Where we
If
need
we-
it.
Where we have, if we need additional resources, let us
Yeah.
know.
Right,
Right.
Near Hunter's Woods Shopping Center, there's,
Yeah, I
when I
think
run
there's-
by
That's
that,
easy.
it's constantly.
Yeah, I think there's plenty of areas that are not ball field oriented that, I mean, the little Lake Ann loop near where Ken and I are, especially now that the tennis court is getting so much use, the little kids,
Little kids, yeah.
those little short players. Yeah, it just generates a lot of trash, as does Lake Ann.
Saying that, your person knows those hot spots.
Yeah, Linda, I just use ball fields, sorry. That's
That's all right.
That's the example I used twice. But yeah, we've got the Hunter's Woods. We know which tennis courts are popular. We know the spot down Hunter's Woods where people congregate and do things like that.
Right.
We know the ones to hit more often than not. Do we, I mean, we receive calls and we miss some? Absolutely. We do. But Linda's got a pretty good schedule down.
But-
We're always learning.
Mike?
Yeah, I would bias in favor of more. You know, the concern is the look and feel for the community. In terms of the doggy bags, I said no. You know, we have to save money. But you know, another sponsorship opportunity. You got PetSmart or whatever. Who knows? You know, sometimes it's hard to make that pitch. But
You know, I will
It's
say
small.
that at Lake Ann, where, you know, we have several dog stations, and, you know, I watch people from the townhouses walk over and rip out, you know, 20 bags, you know, but you know what? We would be buried literally in dog poo if we.
So I would bias in favor of let's do more than less.
Do more, yes.
Yes.
It's like.
Danielle?
I would like to keep both these in.
Keep them in?
Mhm.
Julie?
Keep them both in, and I like that idea of seeing whether or not we couldn't get a
Sponsor?
sponsor.
Yeah.
And I think it's good
idea.
sometimes that there's none in there, because then it reminds people that maybe they should go buy some.
Yeah.
Do.
Jeff?
Yeah, I'm good with
Yeah.
both items, yeah.
Okay.
One of you has a budget.
So without objection, Kate?
Okay?
Yeah, that's the problem.
Next section is, it looks like
It's
maintenance, grounds maintenance coming up.
Recreation area.
recreation area and ground maintenance.
I did get my eyes checked last month, so I
That's
can
really
generally see what's
They're
there.
dilated now.
Yeah, they're dilated now, so I'm just kidding. Okay, on this one, your last three on mulch, fertilizer, facility repair and maintenance, a majority of you said, yep, that's fine. The question came about, there were 5 of you who said yes, okay, who said yes to keeping in the budget the VDOT mowing cycles. And let me do a clarifying question for staff on this one, just for my edification when I look at it again. Reduce VDOT mowing cycles from 16 to 8. So if we reduced it from 16 to 8, that 34,000 would come out if we only did 8 cycles. Is that what I'm reading here?
That's like the.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
The cost to do 16 cycles is 68,000.
Okay, so if we
So-
were to reduce it, several of you, and this is a good discussion point, several of you said, yes, leave it in the budget, and 2 of you said no. So leaving in a budget means we're going to leave that 34,000 in so that we can do up to the 16. I know that somebody asked, why can't we do about 12, and Mike did give an average. We don't necessarily always do 16. Couldn't always 16. It just depends on the weather. Literally
How much
depends
rain
on
you
the
get.
weather, how much rain you get, how much sun you get.
Right.
You know, we haven't been out mowing recently because it's been
So
dry as heck.
right.
But,
Yeah.
so that just answers that.
Okay. Danielle?
I'm just wondering if there should be potential revenue loss with this. I voted to keep it the way it is, because I don't want Reston to get any shaggier than we already are. But 34,000, we're also getting revenue from VDOT to offset that, is that correct?
No,
So,
that's
the delta, right?
so right now it costs us 68, and VDOT pays us 40. So it looks like our net is 28, I think, if I'm reading that right.
Our
Our
net,
net cost.
Yes.
So therefore, this 34 would be more like, 20, would be more like 14. You know what I'm saying? Like the impact's not gonna be 34,
Mhm.
it'll be 14. All right?
What's from VDOT?
We would anticipate, can't guarantee, but we would anticipate the same revenue from VDOT.
Okay.
We anticipate that we get paid for those 3 cycles at
Right.
approximately 40.
Right.
So it could be a range, you know. I just wanted to point that out,
Why would it
Good.
be a range?
because VDOT might
VDOT
not
may
pay
not give us
us.
the full amount.
They might not give us the whole amount that they have in the past. This is page, right there.
Julie?
40, 60, 30. Hang on.
All right, now I am confused. What I read this to be is that our cost for doing 16
Mm-hmm.
is 34,141
68,283.
net cost.
Nope, our cost is 68. They will give us back 40.
So what's the 34 represent?
34 is half of the 68, or just our cost portion.
That's what I said, it's our cost for doing 16.
Is the cost for doing 8?
8,
34 is the cost of doing 8.
half.
So if we cut 16 down to 8, we're
We
taking
lose
away
the
8, we
34.
take away 34.
Right.
And I agree.
Okay? Julie?
Okay.
Okay, you okay? Jeff, you okay, Julie?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Or do we need some more explanations? I mean, we have time. I see you kind of shaking your head.
Go ahead, ask.
Yeah, come
Yeah,
on.
please.
Well, that makes sense.
You have good questions.
Do we,
Can I
do we
try and make
get,
sense for you?
Yes.
yeah, please.
Basically, if there's, sorry.
Talk, I'm here.
So basically, if you had to remove the total amount,
Right.
okay, all 16, you'd be saving $68,000.
Correct.
But if you decided only remove half of it, you got to save half of the 68.
Right.
So therefore, half was up on the table, and half of the cost is $34,000.
But if I'm getting paid 40,000 for, they were paying us in 2015, they're gonna pay us 40,000, so it really isn't costing me.
So isn't this the net cost that you guys put in?
The real question here that I think that you need to focus on is
Guys.
the service question, because Danielle's right about the dollars. If everything stays the same with VDOT, let's just say we'll get 40, all right? For us to mow as we currently do, which is to keep it looking pretty decent, our net out on that, or our cost, is $68,000. So the question is, do you want them cut 16 times or 8 times? That's really the question. Forget about the dollars. Or 12 or 8 or 6 or whatever.
And remember,
But that-
that does not yet include cleaning the drain pans or doing any edging, because that's a separate cost that at another work session, you need to decide whether you want to do that or not.
What do we get for
Includes trash pickup, too.
$40,000?
We don't,
Pardon?
Say it again, Ray.
$40,000.
What are we getting for
VDOT's
What are we
$40,000?
getting
us
for
for doing
40,000?
their work.
yeah, exactly.
VDOT's paying us to do their work.
They're paying us to do 3 cycles.
They cut 3 times. VDOT cut 3 times around the county, and I'm sure you've been around the county. You've seen what a lot of the roads look like. I live in Centerville, and
Mhm.
you know
Yeah.
they cut 3 times. We cut about 16 times. So they pay us for 3 cycles. If they pay us for 3 cycles, and we cut 16 times because our standard's a little bit higher.
Okay.
So even if you had to drop to 8, that's still pay you for those 3 cycles.
Right.
Is that
I
correct?
would assume that they would. Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then it is the 34,000.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
Do we need more
Confusion?
clarity? Julie, you comfortable, or I see you?
No, I still haven't heard, it's
You
still a
makes sense.
hypothetical number. You've gone from 16 to 8. All I'm saying is sometimes isn't there a middle ground? Maybe it's something in between, so maybe it doesn't cost us quite that much.
Well, what I'm concerned about, even at 16, if we're
Looks
doing
like-
16,
exactly.
it looks like it does, and that is just
Not a
doesn't
good.
make it.
Right.
16 is inadequate. 8 is worse, going in the wrong
Wow.
direction.
And, and Julie, if I can, I think that they brought up a good point, is that, they're estimating the number of times it's
Right.
gonna need to be cut,
Right.
so saying, let's cut it one less time.
Mhm.
It's a budgeted number
Well,
anyway, so it's an
I
estimate of
just
how many
wondered why it
times
went
it's
from
gonna be
16
cut.
to 8. It just seemed like, wow, that's
Yeah.
a big
Oh, we can't go to 8.
drop. So, I'm good.
We're good?
I'm
Okay.
good.
Jeff, you good?
Yes, ma'am.
You might do with less mowing if the
Mike?
curbs were clean.
Good?
I'm good keeping it, and again, I'm really concerned about the way the community looks.
Right.
And I'm
I think-
also concerned about ensuring that others do what they're required to do, and we hold them to account.
You're right. Eve? You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Ken?
Do it. Keep it.
Ray?
I'm good with it. I want to build on Mike's comment.
Okay.
I strongly support what he said.
Good.
If conditions are such that we don't need as many cycles, I hope we're professional enough to cut it back and not look at this as if it's allocated, we have to spend it.
Right.
On the other hand, if this is going to be low in order to keep the look and feel, it's a worthwhile expenditure.
It is.
And I don't know if this budget process allows for us to go over on those circumstances, but it should.
Robert, you want to answer that?
It depends on, I'm going to help him answer.
Okay.
It depends on the amount. If it's like $20,000, that's one thing, but to do it even better for curb appeal, you've got in your packet kind of the first numbers. If we were to go and do that edging and do the drain pans to get the weeds or the trees that are growing out of there, it's going to be, what is it, about 150? Is that what we said?
Yeah.
About another 150. We did not include that because that was a conversation item that you all need to have at your next round.
Okay.
That's something you want added in.
Okay.
Okay. You good? So without objection?
But
Good.
could I just add, but what we have budgeted currently for 2015 will cover, 14, 15, 16, probably even 17 or 18. We're not going to get there. I think, like I said, we're at 11 right now, maybe 5 more cycles in the fall. So we'll be right at our number.
Okay.
All right.
Amanda.
Moving on to the next one?
Management services, yes. Are coming or what?
Yep, it's coming. I think your next section is management
Management
services.
Need to fix that.
Okay. With this one, you've got 3 items that you said yes to. Continuing to do the organizational membership, staff training and development, and cellular phones. You were all, yes, let's continue to do that. Your
Unanimous.
2 opportunities for conversation were refreshments and supplies. We'll start with that one. 5 of the 8 of you said, yes, we should keep that in the budget. 2 of you said no, and 1 had a different answer.
Okay.
So that's up for, that
Discussion.
that yellow one's up for discussion.
Any comments on that? Jeff? Julie? Danielle?
I'm trying to find it.
It's page 8. Page 8.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't think we should look cheap to our community leaders, prospective sponsors, and committee networking meetings. So I voted yes to keep it in.
Okay.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
Absolutely agree.
Julie? Did you find it? Page 8.
It's not page 8 in that document.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I figured that part.
Just look for
One more
1,700, because
Didn't you
they're
give us a
in that document,
That
there
is.
are notified costs.
The department
The color
idea.
document there.
Got it. Yep,
Okay.
I know. I knew where she meant after I realized it. Okay, I'm good.
You good? Okay. Mike?
Good.
Eve?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Ken?
Keep it.
Ray?
Good.
Okay.
Without objection?
Oh, no, there's one more there.
The red item,
Yeah.
I would like to, if you're okay, go ahead and take that off the table.
Okay.
When Sabrina and I were looking at that, I mean, it's 5 cents, but I'd like to just say, please, let's just drop that from the budget. I don't think that we need that printing money. Okay?
Is that agreeable? Yes.
It is, but So Kate has taken off two things now, the meeting signs and the posters. And were these in their budgets previously? Because if they are, you're kind of doing cost cutting as you're going along. I'm wondering if you could make sure you keep this in your tally of cost cutting items.
Absolutely, this gentleman behind you is doing it, and
Okay.
we're keeping it. So the intent, if anything that you do make changes to tonight, or you do want to cut, that is going to show up on your next draft budget that you get Thursday night next week, okay? And that is not, and I want to be clear on something, you're going to get a second draft. I guarantee you you're going to get a third draft, because there are some things that we're still waiting for numbers on, we're still making adjustments on, but you will on Thursday night get the opportunity to see the impact of the decisions that you made without objection this evening. So you can see what that looks like and what the impact is. Is that fair?
Sounds fair
But
to
you
me.
will have a third iteration, because we
Good.
still have healthcare costs, things like that, that we need to work into it. Equivalent units, we want to make sure we get that number right. So we'll come back with more information. So if you're okay with taking out this printing, I please request that we do that. Okay.
So without objection, it's gone. Okay. Next
Okay.
is, let's see, human resources.
Melissa's ready. Tell, just in case. Ready to go.
Wow.
Human resources.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it might be Oops, no, it was there.
So human resources, you had all yellow on these. Two of them, the first one with regard to drug testing, driving records, were a 6. Six of you said, yes, let's keep that in the budget. And the second was training and development. This is project management for new capital projects. We're starting that training for staff internally this year. We've got 10 folks that we're going to be putting through that training this year, and we have another 10 that we need to do next year. So those were two items that 6 of you said, yes, keep it in, but 2 of you said no. So if we could just start, if you wanted to start with either of those 2, and then we can go to the middle one.
Okay. Ray, you want to start? Comments?
Hang on one second.
Okay.
Go to somebody.
Hmm?
I would like more details on exactly what these line items are. I'm not a yes or a no really on either of them, but somebody tell me what exactly we're doing. When it says training, what does that mean?
On both the second 2?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the one, I'm going to start with the one at the bottom, is specialized training that we are getting to teach staff how to better do capital and maintenance projects, how to better plan and execute them. So we're bringing in some internal help so that we can kind of get a good way of how we're approaching those projects. We've got a fantastic staff who work very hard. There is a more effective and efficient way to approach projects that they haven't yet employed. So Melissa and I are interested in making sure that when they look at projects, they've got a scope of work, they've got a calendar, they know how to best cost processes, how to track what they're doing from money to what tasks are being accomplished. And it's just not something we've done before, and what we've noticed that it's time. It's time to do that and give them the training that they need.
Who's doing the training?
George Mason University.
I'm sorry?
George Mason University is coming in and doing on-site training for us. We were able to work a pretty decent deal to have somebody come in. So we've got 10 folks that we've already committed to doing that to this year, and this would be another 10 folks next year.
That's a good deal.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
really excited about it.
Mhm.
If you
Right.
wish to do this without objection.
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm fine with all of it.
Okay. Without objection then.
So the bottom
that
one,
bottom one,
So the bottom
right.
one
Good.
is without objection.
Right.
The second one is, and I want to let I don't want to talk out of turn on the second one with tuition reimbursement. So if you want to talk to that on that second one and what that means.
So I think just backing up.
Sorry.
I think just backing up to let you know how our tuition reimbursement works currently, we do, this budget line funds, so people approach the beginning of the year and say, I want to take this class. So once we run out of that budget, the answer is no. So what I'm proposing is we reduce it by 6,000, which equates to us funding of an individual that wants to go to a master's program. We reimburse $5,250, which is the top of the IRS tax-free zone. So that's what that 6,000 is. I just basically rounded up to
And the undergrad, we give them, is it 2,500?
2,500 for undergrad,
And
right?
if in fact they leave before the end of the 3-year period, we ask for reimbursement from them.
Correct, Ellen. Yep. So
That was one of my questions.
so if we do the reimbursement, to her point, they do have to stay employed for 3 years, or we ask for the money back.
So we're not actually paying total tuition, we're paying partial tuition. Okay, any questions or comments? Yes.
I was the one who had the other question about that. What is the size of this tuition reimbursement? I just was curious because it's really, I feel like it should be in the benefits, and it's because it is a benefit. So what is the dollar size of your total tuition reimbursement?
Total budget this year was 21,000, and that's what I was carrying into the next year.
Okay, so
it's
that's
not-
pretty small, very small. Okay, great. No objection.
Okay. Any other comments?
So that last one that's up at the, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I want to be quiet.
No other comments? Without objection? Tuition.
So the last one is, it's driving record drug testing. Have 300 seasonal employees. It is something that you might want to undertake, but 6 of you said yes. And if there are any questions for Melissa or Laura or Mike, who kind of like this item, but I think, it is entirely up to you.
I bet our council likes those items too.
Yeah. I think we're playing with fire if we take it out.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
That was. Okay, any other comments on this? I mean, what's the sense feel?
Go for it.
Go for it? Without objection? Okay.
Has implications on insurance, I'm sure.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Or to tennis.
Tennis is next.
Mm-hmm.
So all of these items are yellow as well.
Mm.
Kind of same scenario. The first and the last one, 6 of you said yes, keep it in. In the middle, 5 said yes. So there's an opportunity for discussion. And the first one that was on the list is scholarships for tennis. And any questions?
So how many scholarships do we normally give out for tennis? And what's the process for applying for a scholarship?
So this is for 10 scholarships, and we do have Friends of Reston that also does give scholarships out, but we have a significant number of people, and this 10 we put in the 2016 budget in the event that there was not funding with Friends of Reston, so that we could cover at least 10 of the youth requesting scholarships.
So is it possible for the Friends of Reston to up their requests for scholarships? I mean, they're the fundraising arm of Reston.
Absolutely. I feel like of all of these, for this one, there is an opportunity there.
Yeah.
And we've done a little bit of that.
Mhm.
Glory Days provided $600 to the Friends of Reston, which then was used to pay for some of the tennis players who participated in the USTA JTT
We
tournament.
do have individual sponsors, just individual players in the community that will
Individual
donate
players.
as well.
Question, so if Friends of Reston does what they've done in the past, we don't need this money? Or would we add more?
We would
Kids
be
supplement.
able to
Kids, even
provide
more
additional
kids.
scholarships.
Now, this is, I just want to be sure I understand, because this is different from the camp scholarship program that we have. This
Right.
is for individual tennis lessons?
Correct.
Or private instruction lessons?
Yes.
Group lesson instruction.
Okay.
Which I do want to point out too that if we do have we have a minimum number of participants in a class to cover those costs, and so many times if we do have a group lesson and we have a request for a scholarship, we can put someone to a class where the funds are covered. We absolutely do that.
I have to admit that we're a beneficiary of that program. Renzo was 6 years old. We didn't know he even knew what a tennis racket was. And as a result, we spent a lot of money in Reston tennis programs.
I think that scholarships is an important thing for us to do. I know that it's really, it's easy to kind of go, oh, well, we can, Friends of Reston can raise that money, or we can default to, but I just want to remind everybody that there's a lot of overhead in like going out. Somebody has to go get money.
Yes.
Fundraising is an activity that takes a lot of time and a lot of, so it shouldn't just be our default position, as if magically, someone's going to be able to go get sponsorships for dinners and stuff like that. But I think that the sponsorships, Reston tennis, first of all, is a cheap sport for kids to carry forward in life, and I think it's important for us to do.
Okay, Ken?
Yeah, I agree. I think this is inherent to what Reston is as a community. So I think we do need to include them. I do believe that in time, Friends of Reston can take over these numbers, but I think for the sake of the next 2 years, it's important to have these numbers in here. And I would recommend, but it's a separate conversation, that as we select board members for Friends of Reston going forward, they have substantial fundraising experience.
Capabilities.
So they can do.
Connections,
And,
capabilities.
yeah, because right
all
now,
that
they
stuff
don't.
around-
And I'm not criticizing any of the prior boards, but that's the experience we need to have there, because that's an asset that we're just not tapping into.
Yeah.
But that's a separate discussion.
That's a conversation, sermon on another
Yeah.
time. Ray?
A no vote here. I run a fundraising for junior golf in my son's name. We get more than $3,000, and it is some work, but it's individual work. And there is a persona in many parts of Reston about tennis being very few people play tennis. The people who play tennis can afford lessons for their kids, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it wouldn't be very difficult. I don't care whether it's Friend of Reston or anything. You can start your own one-person firm if you really cared enough and easily raise $3,000. And I'll find you 10 kids who would benefit most without a lot of formal application process. That's another question. How do we pick the 10 people? Do they really need the money? Are they really the most needy, et cetera, et cetera? So just on a symbolic, we have to say no at some point to some things. We have to encourage individuals, families, and the like to be a little more creative in things like this. I know it's a small budget amount, but we're starting to add up this, that, and the other. And not so much as far as the money, or can we afford it, or is it a good cause? I mean, I can come up with 100 more good causes for you if you want me to. At some point, you just have to say there are other ways to raise the money for this. And I guarantee you, if somebody who really loved tennis, I'll just say Jim Elder, for example, who we all know, says, I really like this cause, I want to raise $3,000, and says, I'm going to put my stamp on and get out there, and we're going to fund 10 people. I guarantee you'd raise a lot more than $3,000. There would be a lot more pride in the money raised, And there would be a lot more dedication to the 10 people that are chosen to actually move forward, in my mind. I have no proof of that.
Mm-hmm.
I have no data to say that that's what would happen. I just believe that that would happen. And at some point, we have to say no to something. This seems to be something I want to say no to.
Come back to you, Eve, and then
Thank
I'll
you.
go.
I think that one way to look at this would be, this is Reston's contribution to a scholarship program that makes sure that no needy kid in our community doesn't get some kind of camp experience. And if it's tennis, if it's golf, I mean, so that this is just our contribution towards that, not that this is a limit. I mean, you know, I'd hope that every kid who wants to go gets to go someplace, you know, to some kind of camp thing in our community.
I mean, I'll come to the Reston Association next year to raise the money for my son's golf foundation. Then,
They
if that's
might
the
be willing to.
criteria.
They might be willing to put.
Let's be
You never
respectful of
know.
each other,
Yeah,
please.
absolutely. Yeah.
Danielle?
Just with all my work at the PTA level and with scholarships and experiences there, I appreciate, but I respectfully think or differ that I just think these type of things are life-changing for the kids. I just see it. I'm on the ground floor where I'm packing food backpacks
Exactly.
for people who don't have enough to eat.
Yep.
You know, and then I'm seeing that, you know, delivering the backpacks, and I'm realizing, oh, none of these kids are in the gifted and talented program because they're just focusing on eating. I'm going way off, but
Yeah.
I understand your point, though.
Mm-hmm. Julie?
My thought on this, and I was a absolute yes, is that, you know, many of our members, we are going to be increasing the assessment. I don't think there's any question about that. There will be some increase. And if in some small way we can give back to the needier, the ones who don't have these kind of opportunities, we should. I don't think 15 cents, you know, per assessment is a big hit. But I do like your idea of saying those who are passionate in our program, in our staffing, whether it's a board member or a staff member, to perhaps work in conjunction with Friends of Reston to go out there and drive even more scholarships, help get even more scholarship money. You know, that comes from outside of our budget.
All right. Thank you. Jeff?
You know, I kind of feel the same way, because I'm, you know, in my experience with youth sports is, you know, like in Reston Little Lake, for instance, we have a lot of kids that we have on scholarship, and that, you know, we have our members, you know, we essentially subsidize those things, and because our position is no kids that want to play baseball is going to be turned away.
Absolutely.
So we find a way, and, you know, we cover the cost of the registration and everything. I guess it's a little bit different on this side, because, you know, Reston Little League is a nonprofit organization, and, you know, supported through its members and its fundraising that it does. I guess it's a little different here because the tennis program is kind of owned by RA. It's not a separate organization or group that runs the program. So I want to be sure that the kids that can benefit from this, and I know youth sports can be life-changing, and we want to provide those opportunities. I guess, you know, I kind of would. I'm okay with this now, but I think we ought to be looking maybe at different models and maybe engage the tennis community to say, hey, is there some other model that we could have that maybe this isn't an RA thing, you know, going down the line.
Danielle?
Kind of along the lines of what Jeff is saying is, I've noticed throughout here that there's a lot of charitable items that we have here, and it's all good. But I think we need to somehow, maybe, I don't know, if we put them all in a corner.
Strategy.
Yeah, take a big picture and just look. I don't want to cut.
Right.
I don't think that's the answer, but I think we really need to be fully aware of everything that RA supports.
Yeah.
Nice to have that picture
Right,
overall.
because it's more than just.
I don't want to kill this and take a lot of time with it, but I'm reading this as ability 10 of our youngest members to participate in a tennis lesson. That's 10 people getting one tennis lesson.
That's 10 people participating in a group lesson, and so a group lesson would last multiple weeks.
One tennis lesson.
A tennis series.
Like 10
Once
classes.
or twice
I
a
think.
week,
6
or
weeks.
10 classes, 6 weeks? 6 classes?
Twice a week, you said?
once or twice a week. There are
It
options.
depends on the class.
So 10 total classes
Correct.
for $3,000.
Mm-hmm.
It's not 10 instances.
It's 10 people. It's about if you do the math, it'll be like 60 or 80 actual classes.
Right.
10 different individual, 10 different kids. Registrations taking a class of 6 times or 8 times.
So it's like a tennis camp, it's group lessons, we're funding 10 kids to
Right.
take that.
So it's not just a tennis lesson.
No,
No.
No.
It's a series, yeah. It's a whole
Program.
series.
So we're talking about 10 people participating in a program.
Right, and a series of 6 or
Several
8,
weeks.
yeah.
Yes.
I'd be curious just because of my own knowledge in this, and I have a certain passion for this type of thing, to find out how those 10 people are selected, process.
I can give you a lot of detail.
Okay.
If I can chime in, it's
Why don't you
the
let
same
Laura
process for our aquatics and tennis and camp. We're similar to if someone is seeking assistance in the school for free and reduced lunch, but we have a formal form and a process with meeting minimum requirements and providing paperwork that we require prior to selection.
Okay,
Is that good?
I'm good.
Yeah. So, Counselor, are we
So you're voting,
all voting yes,
I
or
wanted to make a,
Just say without objection. If
Well,
there's an objection, then.
without objection?
Without objection, I do want to talk in detail with Mike on the side, and I'm sure he's willing to do so.
Okay, so we got through that first one on, now we have tennis, passes, and seasonal employees. 5 of you said yes, 2 of you said no, and then one had either a no answer or another comment, and this was for eliminating this position. There are no court monitoring to ensure players have current passes and selling guest passes to non-residents. So it also helps prevent damage to the court. So it's an elimination of a position, and there is a potential revenue loss as this individual does sell passes when he's out, when the
Monitoring.
individual is out monitoring the courts. So that's an opportunity for discussion.
Okay. Comments? Anyone? No? Mike?
let's do the tennis guest passes, seasonal employees. Monitoring the courts is absolutely essential for efficient operation overall. The eyes and ears on our amenities just gives us such great insurance, actually, that the facilities are being used by Reston members, that they're in good repair, and opportunities to sell otherwise. So I just can't imagine removing this.
Can I just add?
Sure, please.
Where's that mic?
I can see, so you get.
The one thing that's not accounted for, because it's hard to put a direct revenue number on this, is the lost potential revenue of non-members who would come in and play on our courts if they were not monitored, who, if they're caught once, hopefully not twice, that come in and then buy a non-member pass to actually be able to play on our courts. So that it's really tough to capture that, but that's a reality.
Absolutely. If the presence wasn't there, we'd have absolutely no control, and you would not have the incentive to purchase the pass.
Right. Thank you, Larry. Any other comments? Without objection? Oh, go on.
I actually have a little confusion about the difference between the second and the third, and whether or not, my note to myself was, couldn't the second one do what the third one was doing?
So the answer to that is no. One of them is a maintenance worker,
Mm-hmm.
and the other is
Monitor.
literally just driving around checking passes. So the first one is checking passes and selling passes. The second one is actually taking care of court repair. And for some of those courts, it's a little bit more complicated than others, because we have clay courts, and those take specialized training for that individual to maintain those courts. So those are.
And so The third one, I'm sorry, I know I'm doing this out of order.
Okay.
The third one is an additional person to what we already have, or were we
No,
looking
that's,
at?
that's an existing position.
We have a
Both of
person
those-
doing-
Thank you very much, my friend.
Mhm.
Both of those are existing positions.
And the third one, the seasonal maintenance worker, that person works, during the week along with other staff. So if there's a more complex problem than one person can handle, the tennis court monitor is out all kinds of weird hours
Oh, yeah.
to make sure that, and a lot on weekends, because that's when people may want to kind of try to sneak in.
Got it, thank you.
Anything else, Julie? Okay. So without objection? Okay,
So staff now has a mic of their
Good.
own that they can pass amongst each other.
good.
Okay.
Third.
So is this without objection for both of those? I
Is
just
this
wanna
for both or
check,
just for the second?
I'm good.
Good.
Good for all, okay. Without objection for both.
Keep those cards in, right? Baby.
Walker Nature Education
Next
Center.
is Walker Nature Education Center.
Refreshment supplies.
Okay. With this one, the first two and the last two,
Mm-hmm.
tools, equipment, bulbs, flowers, heating and air conditioning, seasonal salaries, a majority of you said, you were in sync with each other. It is the middle two that require discussion. I recommend that we take the yellow first, refreshments and supplies. This is for camp programs. 5 of you said yes, leave it in. 3 said no.
Okay. Comments, thoughts?
I guess you want the kids to bring their own food.
Pack your own lunch. Yeah,
Make your own lunch.
yeah. Ray, anything?
I'm a yes on this one.
Okay. Ken?
I'm definitely a yes on this one.
Eve?
I'm a yes.
Okay. Mike?
I think I'm a yes, I'm just double checking.
I think I am. Okay. Danielle?
I'm like Mike, I think I am. It's a,
I think I am.
it's a nit.
That's a good
The-
point.
I mean, it's-
the little engine that could.
I was a yes.
You're a yes? Jeff?
Yeah, I'm okay.
So I think it's
Must have been a
without,
calculation.
Without objection.
without objection.
I think maybe.
No, so I can tell you, Sabrina and I went over this for over 2 hours to make sure we had all of this right.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
it could easily have been that we screwed up on.
Yeah,
I think
well-
I said.
Hey, there's more than one we here.
That's
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
I had to look, is it yes or no?
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
that really mean?
Even I had problems with yes and
we
no.
did. Have a little issue with yes.
So is this yellow without objection?
Yes, it is, without objection.
Okay. The next one, printing pamphlets and brochures. This is guides and a newsletter. This is where you do require some discussion.
Mm-hmm.
3 of you said yes, 2 of you said no, 3 of you had other comments to this. So this is a good point of discussion.
Okay. Any comments? Conversation? Yes, Danielle.
Could you explain what this is? I think I didn't know what all of this was. And if it looks like an all or nothing, maybe it's not an all or nothing.
What is it?
Do we have a package?
Larry's going to
so-
explain that to you.
Yeah, so the main newsletter for Walker Nature Center is branching out. Many of you perhaps are electronic subscribers. We do have, as Katie noted in here, a number of people who like the paper copy. It should be no surprise to you that a lot of the clientele that we get regularly, thank you very much, Julie,
Yep,
that
I
we
love it.
get at the Nature Center are, some are less inclined electronically. Some of those older bird watchers and things like that. They're kind of a naturalistic bent. This also includes additional marketing brochures about, like the lead building and things like that. And some of this was for reprinting existing collateral that we have, as well as creating some new to help, market the space a little more aggressively.
To the space in terms of the rental?
rental space, as well as the center too. I mean, we have some general nature center collateral as well that we, you know, if we go to, you know, we have a table at Oktoberfest or, you know, any of these other community events, things like that.
Julie?
I'm basically a yes, but my note was kind of, can we reduce? Do we see over a period of time that we'll start encouraging more
Online.
information on the web?
Mm-hmm.
You know, just like we do with some of our other publications. I know that the documents on Walker House are quite good, and I would say that yes, it's a good way too for parents to sit with their kids, because we key that towards the kids about the things that are going on, so they can use that as a way to also promote the activities we do at Walker Center. So that was my only note was, is that a yearly kind of number? Is that a? So.
I think Mike Leone's got it.
Julie, if I can just add one more comment too, as the communications team is involved in a lot of the marketing pieces that support the Nature Center and really a lot of the other pieces that we're working on. More and more we're looking at how do we eliminate printed flyers, brochures, looking at the website and online use and just really being more digital focused around those. There's still going to be times when you still need a printed item because somebody doesn't have access to a computer, but by and large, that's one of the things that I'm looking at real seriously when we develop things on the communication side is how can we more effectively use email for mass distribution, things like Constant Contact, and begin to kind of whittle down printed flyers and brochures.
And I think it goes along with our sustainability and our, green, to be cognizant of that. But I do recognize, and I'm one of those people who does happen to like paper. So.
But Mike, question.
And Mike, Ellen has a question for you as well.
In our policy, would it prevent, we can put online, right, webpage, would it prevent us asking for a minimal charge or amount if someone wanted a hard copy?
So if somebody, not individual copies, because what we generally say is most of the materials either for the Nature Center are available if you walk into the Nature Center or pick them up, or if you walk into member services, you can pick them up off the rack. So we don't charge for individuals, but we could certainly explore if somebody needed a bulk quantity of something.
Exactly.
We could look at something like that, or at the very least, you begin to take more and more of your material, put it online, and just remind folks that you can do a free download of as many copies as you need.
Yeah, exactly.
I think this is maybe, I'm not sure who to direct this question to. If we eliminated this or reduced it, how would that impact, I have to think there's some type of impact of revenue or donations or.
What I was going to suggest is we're going to have to get back with you. I know there's a whole number of questions that came up via emails and stuff that we're going to respond to you. I'd like the opportunity to sit down with Katie Shaw, who actually runs a very tight ship over there, and get her input, give her the feedback of what we've heard tonight, and then get back with you on that.
Okay.
If that's okay with you all.
So do we hold this item open?
A couple more questions.
Okay. Yeah.
We can certainly do that.
Yeah.
That is also the intent of tonight too.
From Larry, yes.
Is it possible, I'm thinking that, that maybe we need, and this probably would fall under Mike's bailiwick, but a strategy of identifying sponsor in a strategic way. Could you get a developer to, and I'm not saying that everything in Reston should have a stamp on it, because that would be kind of crappy too. But on the other hand, they're getting ready to profit largely from being able to develop in Reston. And so could we not go to developers who are active in the community and say, hey, would you like to be this year's sponsor of the branching out or something like that. The other thing I would ask is, are the nature center trails markers? We could consider like QR codes and things like that, so that or the QR codes are probably old already. But whatever the next thing is, yeah, right, exactly. For making them, smartphone readable, and
Some of the trails are already on Google Maps too.
Yeah.
right, yes, so, but if we sort of begin to incorporate some of those things, we might see. I don't know if it's a savings, but it's, I think there's other opportunities there.
Yeah, and I don't know,
Go.
I don't want to speak out of turn, sorry.
All right.
And are there opportunities for, like with the Nature House, for, when we're looking at some of the expenditures like this, is to be looking on the revenue side of the,
Right.
the users, like, can we bump up the camp fees and the activity fees that are sponsored through the Nature House to help, cover some of these,
Costs, yeah.
routine O&M type costs,
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to just making the general fund item.
Absolutely.
So I think we want to provide this information. We need to be transitioning to digital. But, in the meantime, let's be looking at other revenue
Well, but
sources to supplement.
Friends maybe should be able to support this. I mean,
Let us get back to you, because
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
this is a great item for us to do a little bit more research on
Right,
and
I
have
think
Larry
so,
come
yeah.
back to. If
Yeah.
there's no objection to that.
Well, let me, Ken and Ray comments, and then we'll,
I'm willing to wait.
okay. Ray, willing to wait?
Great discussion, I'm willing to wait. I'll
Okay.
pick up on something Mike said. It's 2015. The more we can get people to be driven to the website for information, the better off we're all going to be.
Right.
And it may be that there's a little bit of a push in the initial stages, rather than to just so easily say, here it is in the mail, and here's another printed copy of this, that, and the other.
Mhm.
So I think this is one of those areas that's an opportunity to enhance our
Explore,
ability
yeah.
to do things online, which would actually expand
Exactly.
the use of it all.
Because you talked about kids, Julie. Kids are more likely to want to engage on their mobile phone than they are
Absolutely.
pen and paper.
Yeah, or their
Yeah.
iPad at home.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Yeah, Mike, you had something?
Yeah, I've got to fess up. I said no on these two items, but I think that,
Strong man.
You're rethinking. Yeah.
I think
Gotta
that the
draw the line.
discussion was very rich. I'm concerned about the cost of the nature center, and how do we, it's an incredible asset
Yeah.
to the community, and how do we capitalize on it? And so when I marked no,
Mhm.
it was really in reaction to, we've got this asset, we're not capitalizing on it.
Mhm.
What can we
Exactly.
do to bring it
Yeah.
more into the family one way or another?
So this will be on draft 3, open?
Yes, I'm, unless Larry is able to get a good answer and we're able to incorporate by next Thursday,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say
keep it
the
open.
third draft, we'll keep it open
Okay.
and come back to you at your next work session. Is that fair?
That sounds good.
Okay.
Good discussion. Covenants and HOA.
Okay, next one coming around. A little bit more discussion on this one that's coming up. Has to do with covenants administration and POA. And these, again, if you might recall, are two departments that were blended together. So when you looked at your budget, as compared to a prior year, it was 2,300 and 2,200's been combined into one department. 2,200 just made sense. So with that said, you had 4 clear items that you felt like you wanted to keep in.
Mhm.
And those were community engagement, staff uniforms, office supplies, and organizational membership. So there was some pretty clear direction for us there. The near clear direction on the yellow items was on postage, printing and pamphlets, court-ordered repairs, staff training and development. So let's talk about those yellow items first, and maybe starting with the top
Postage.
on postage. So 5 of you said, yes, let's just keep this in. 2 of you said no, and there was an either no answer or an other comment on that postage. So start there.
Okay. Who wants to start?
And Anna's got the microphone at the
And,
ready to
Danielle
respond
has
to
her
any
hand up.
questions.
Yes. Danielle.
I think I wanted to ask Eve and Ray about the Home and Garden Expo. Is that something that, because we eliminate postage, they're saying we eliminate the expo, and is the expo something that you guys feel is useful as realtors?
I don't know that a realtor would have any more input into this than anybody else. I mean, I have heard mixed reviews about this. I think that wasn't last year's, I think was pretty good. Last year's was, yeah. So I mean, you know, I mean, it's not a, it's designed to connect homeowners to our members.
Vendors.
To vendors, you know, and so it should be something that pays for itself. That would be the model that I would seek. You know, it's like, I think we need a bigger venue. I don't think it should be at the, you know, but
Yeah.
that's an event issue. I think we should make it a big event.
Hannah, Mike, you want to talk on this? Speak on this?
Yeah. Okay.
Stand up so we can see you.
It's tough to get over. So we've started some initial planning around a Home and Garden Expo, which you may recall used to happen in October. We've actually looked at moving that to spring, which I know makes a lot of logical sense, right? But really, it's part of a bigger strategy. It's not just about doing a Home and Garden Expo and providing an opportunity to present vendors in front of either members or non-members of the community, but it's also an opportunity for us to highlight workshops and events, much larger in scope than what we've done in the past here, which has been, I think, traditionally here in the conference center. We'd be looking at moving it outdoors and indoors, doing it the last Saturday in April 2016. But where it ties into a larger strategy is that it really becomes almost a revenue strategy for us. It's an opportunity to leverage relationships we already have with vendors, builder partners, contractors that do work for us now. But it's also an opportunity to wrap in things like our magazine, where in the past we've never really aligned our editorial schedule around the Home and Garden Expo, for example. So now when we go out and sell what would be second quarter advertising for Reston Magazine, we can do a whole Home and Garden Expo, so that as we're approaching vendors to be a part of the expo event itself, they're also looking at purchasing advertising in the magazine for that particular issue. So it begins to kind of build a whole revenue model for us around a high signature end event that it becomes appealing to the community to come to. And at the same time, we've got extra revenue opportunity through things like the magazine, selling space to vendors for being at the expo, doing high-end workshops, which would then be, you know, something we would do in partnership with our Covenants team, but more importantly, also reach out to other particular merchants or vendors in the community that could come in and do workshops for us. One of the ideas we were talking about, we don't do a lot with Home Depot, but, you know, Home Depot does these great kids workshops, right? So it would be great to see if we could get them to come in and maybe do some kids workshops, you know, little garden plot workshops or something that are a part of the event. So I think for us, it's a huge opportunity around the Home and Garden Expo, but we'd be looking at taking it to an entirely different level.
I would want to suggest that if you push it back just a little bit, you might add a something like a tour of some of the best garden plots, you know, or even the what is the word I'm looking for?
Just like you do the
Landscaping?
Just
Well,
like you
not
do
just
the Reston
landscaping.
home tours, you could do Reston Gardens.
Well,
and,
well, you can do resting gardens, but you could also even do the rented plots. You know, like go do of our facilities. You know, I mean,
The garden plots, garden plots.
The rented
said that.
And we're still open on the date, although I'll be honest with you, springtime is never easy in Reston. Just
No.
even trying to ID
Yeah.
the date that we looked at with all the other activities that are going on, it's tough to find like a clean Saturday, but that was one of the ones we were looking
There
at.
won't be a clean Saturday, and what I've learned is you just have to ignore that. Pick one that's less.
Right.
You're also attracting a different group.
So getting back to this, there are kind of two items obviously related, postage for home and garden postcards, as well as postcard notifications. They kind of go hand in hand. So I guess that is a question mark there.
Hey, do we have an idea of the level of participation, like how many members come? Because I came to the last one. And I liked it. I thought it was okay. I actually talked to a couple contractors that I met there. Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, is it worth $7,500 in postage and materials? That's not including staff time and all of that.
I'm gonna, and this is just a postcard and postage for this event. So I don't think staff is interested in taking this event off the table necessarily because we see it as an advantage, but it's the printing and the postage for the card. I want to toss that back to Mike and Anna and how, is this advantageous for us to have these two items for the Home and Garden Expo?
We get a good rate of return on.
Well, but does it have to be
investment.
spent in that way? I mean, could it just be like the budget for the event? I mean, mailing just doesn't seem like. I mean, if you boosted a bunch of Facebook ads, you could get to everybody in Reston and Arlington, for I don't know, about $120. And so, I mean, I would.
Well, Jeff, I want to piggyback on what you said. I also attended last year. Believe it or not, it was it was a miserable day, if you remember. And there was quite a large crowd in these two rooms. So I really think it's worth it. Anna, you want to chime in or?
$500 with just printed materials worth
Right.
it though?
Yeah.
That's why I voted
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
And if my staff could respond to what they think about that, I would appreciate it.
I guess my take on it is that I had just started when the event was being put together, and I felt like it was somewhat rushed. So I think this year we're planning way far out in advance, and I think that if we plan this far out in advance and we put all the pieces together the way it needs to be done, I don't necessarily, I mentioned this to Mike a couple weeks ago, I don't necessarily think that we would require to have the postcards mailed out. I think there's enough that can be done through email, through RA News, through Facebook, through social media, because we're doing it far out in advance. Yeah, I think that last year you almost needed to do the postcards because we were advertising it almost just a couple weeks in advance. So you needed to get the word out, through that, sort of like the postcard means. But I don't think that would be necessary for planning this far out in advance. I don't personally feel that we would need to do the postcard. And like Mike said, I mean, we've talked about making it, I mean, I have these ideas of grandeur for next year, but I think involving as many contractors and vendors as we're talking about, the word would get out just by virtue of involving so many more people and making it such a larger event, that I think it would be just even word of mouth that would get the word out. So I don't necessarily think that if we didn't spend the money on the postcards, that it would hurt us. I think it could easily be eliminated and still be successful.
So can we take this off the table?
And I think it would be postage and the printing that you would
Correct.
want to take off the table. Is that a true statement? Would you guys be?
That's my thought process.
Can I just make a suggestion?
Yeah, sure.
Well, how would you say?
I mean, maybe what we should do is leave them some money to work with for something. I mean, it just seems like ripping it totally off the table doesn't
Well,
make
they're not saying, that's not what they're saying.
Right.
They're still going to do it. They're just
Items.
saying this is the postage and the printing.
I understand, but does that eliminate your budget for the event? Or
Mike has
Well-
a different viewpoint than I do, so I'm
Okay.
going to let him speak.
Yeah, and the only thing I was just saying to Anna on the side is I'm not sure we need postage for postcards because when I look at the window that we're looking at here, already planning for an event next April, I may have lofty goals, but I'd love to look at even bringing in a radio sponsor partner or somebody like TOP that would give us significant reach and exposure for an event of this size. You can't buy that kind of advertising. We would do some kind of media trade with them and let them, do some on-air in exchange for exposure locally here. I think we probably will have some print expense. I think it's unrealistic to say that we wouldn't be printing some flyers,
Banners,
some posters, some
something,
banners, exactly. But so there'd be some of that. So I think it's realistic that we would need the printing money. But I think postage, I don't think that's necessary.
So we're going to take postage off the table.
Julie has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Julie.
Could I suggest that we ask Anna and our new communications person come back with a different proposal for those that combine those two line items with what they might?
They are two separate line items in our budget, so what I think I'm hearing is both of them agree that they don't need the postage. So if you have no objection, I would remove the postage, or I would recommend taking that out. It sounds like printing we need to hold on.
Right.
And maybe we come back to you on how much we really need for printing.
Thank you, yeah.
Whether it's printing or programs or
Whatever, yeah. Danielle?
I'm just wondering what is the revenue associated with this? I mean, what type of revenue are you looking for? Because,
The revenue is just based on the contractors renting booth space.
Well, but you might get advertisers in the magazine. I mean, the revenue might not show Julie as, or Danielle, excuse me, as
Right.
revenue, but it might be
but it's increased
offset
someplace
other
else.
expenses.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what was listed on the sheet is what income we had last year, and that was only from booth space that was rented to the vendors.
Right.
Yeah, I think the costs are covered, it's just due, and, when they were asked, every department was asked to put something on the table, for you to choose from, and I think staff is comfortable removing the postage.
Right.
I think a good question mark for us to come back to, which was a
The,
good idea,
printing.
was the printing. Maybe we check to see on that. That can be one of those, as Larry indicated.
So are we all in agreement with this? Another question?
No. I think my only point was that maybe we shouldn't even be discussing this and just leave it in there because they need some type of budget to get the revenue, which is where I was going.
Okay.
But we'll move on.
I don't think a shift between, it's in a line item called postage, I think is the issue.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right. So can we just put this on hold?
No.
Robert has.
Aren't we eliminating the postage
yes,
one?
Yes,
Postage is gone.
Robert, yes.
Pass the mic.
What I'm seeing of you is remove postage and perhaps repurpose the printing.
Right.
So maybe take that and use it in
Some other
still for the total budget, but in some other method.
Okay.
So maybe that's what should be on the table really, is
That's
to
what I
take
was
out
suggesting.
Yeah, they need
postage
to-
and
yeah, they need to-
repurpose
Yeah, exactly.
The
the
printing.
$3,500. So keep it in, but
Yeah.
think of other ways we can potentially use it.
Yeah.
But come
So-
back to us again.
Or not.
Okay, you're saying come back or?
No, so
now?
basically
Okay,
take out postage and repurpose
Yes.
all right.
Yes.
So,
Whatever they think is
Yeah.
good.
yeah.
whatever you guys think.
So without
We all
objections?
said.
I'm not sure what we're saying yes or no
Okay,
to at
Robert.
the moment. There's a line 2,200 for postage. Is
Let's
that-
start with 2,200. That's the best place to go.
Okay,
Right?
that's out.
So without objection, that's gone?
Wait a minute,
Yes,
we're-
that's
Okay.
gone.
Okay.
I'm
Now we're
totally-
down to printing.
Okay, we're gonna remove printing, or sorry, postage.
I have a comment.
Postage is gone.
Hold one moment, please. Yes, Ray?
I think this has enormous revenue potential
Mm-hmm.
that we haven't even come close to imagining yet. And I want to recommend everybody to just let Mike run with this. He's on the right path. He knows what he's doing. and he will ask for advice when he needs it. Let's not get in his way.
Mm-hmm.
As for these two items, I don't know whether it's postage or whatever, but some kind of marketing expense money in order for him to get the word out as he properly thinks it should go. I'm willing to ride with his opinion. I'm sure he'll keep us updated on what's working and what's not working.
Okay. Mike, you had a comment?
I'm in violent agreement.
Yes.
Violent. Goodness. And it's only 8:30. Jeez, you're violent.
Mr. Greenspan.
Let's move on to the harder
Dramatic.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, yeah.
So just for clarity's sake, we're gonna, if staff is fine with it, which I think they are, when I get their eyes on me, we're just gonna take out the postage, we're gonna leave in the money for the printing. So you can figure out how to deal with that. And they're fine with that. Now, court-ordered repairs, without objection.
Objection.
Okay?
Any other comments on printing?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
All right,
court-ordered
good.
repairs. 6 of you said yes, 2 of you had no.
Julie has another
I
comment on
did have a question. Since you told me that I'm on the printing one, which says printing, it's this line item.
Mm-hmm.
If we're not using it for printing, do we not have to, back to your point, come back with a different description for what that might be used for?
Okay.
Isn't it really just support of the programming of the, the event?
And we have 2 different types of line items for printing. One is as you see it here. Another one, and it's hard to explain. It might be advertising, might be something else. I mean, there's another code that gets attached to this. So the answer is yes, and we will repurpose it. As Robert said, it'll still be in the marketing, advertising area.
So the description will change, the money stays.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
Right, Robert?
Yes.
Okay.
Then I have no objection.
Okay, good. Thank you. Moving right ahead. Court ordered.
Yes. Danielle?
Oh,
Yeah.
Don't we get this money back?
Not necessarily in the same year.
Right, but
Eventually.
Well-
Eventually.
Usually, sometimes not.
You
Right.
may,
You may.
the risk exists that you would not get money back
Because it'd be as a
because of
lien?
the individual involved. And if the house is subsequently or during the process foreclosed on, the bank is not going to be responsible for the amount because they're not under the court order.
historically, has it been 50%, 75% of the time we get it back?
We've been pretty successful. I don't have a percentage for you.
Because, yeah, I would,
But
Well,
we
just
we
leave
do
this in.
get, we do
So
get
we'll
the
get it
money,
back.
we do get the orders, we generally do get the individual to cooperate or to somehow fix the house. But I will tell you, there's at least one that I'm aware of right now where that's going to be very difficult to do.
So even though we place, I guess, a lien for the
Right.
expense that we paid,
Mm-hmm.
it may or may never.
But in some cases, I mean, this is an amount that oftentimes in local jurisdictions, known as blighted property ordinances or statutes, and they have taken the model from the community association setting and adopted statutes that now allow them to do the same thing that we have been able to do for a long time. It's a great model. It works when there's an individual who is still responsible. The problem is, after we get the court order, it's that individual under the court order who's responsible for doing the work. If a bank comes in and undercuts our, by foreclosing, undercuts our position, the bank is not going to be responsible for the cost of the repair that we've already done. So there is the possibility that you would be out of pocket.
Yeah.
And the repairs that we would take would be to make sure that it conforms with our covenants.
Or in some cases that it even is
That would be putting.
cosmetically appealing at all.
Right. It's just like to reduce level of awfulness is
Right.
usually.
That's the good description.
And I'm going to have you stay tuned for my CEO report because there'll be a section in there, possibly
Not this month.
not this month, next month. All right, next month. We're
Stay
going to
tuned.
talk about a program
Right.
that we're going to put in place called Day of Service to help residents make sure their properties are maintained. But I'm not going to give you any more detail than that, because I don't want to steal Anna's thunder in putting together a description on that.
Just
But
a
this
teaser.
is, that's a teaser, but this is really bad. It's bringing down everybody's property values, you know, and we need to do something about it.
Yes, we have one said property in South Lakes that I know of.
Ray, comments?
I'm fine with it.
Ken?
I'm fine.
Eve?
I'm fine.
I have a real problem.
Is it a violent
Is it
problem?
violent?
or what?
Yeah.
This is violent the other day. Yeah, no, I just have a hard time using limited RA resources to fix up somebody else's problems. Somebody else has to pay for it. The owner of the property and not us. And I was on the legal committee for a while, and I tell you, I just cringe every time we get a non-resident owner property come up. We should throw the book at those guys. We do.
We do.
And
Ken does.
when we get a property like this that becomes blighted, we should do the same thing.
We do.
We do.
We do.
I don't want us to pay for it.
I understand that.
Okay.
Does council?
Yeah. None of us want to be picked, but it's affecting the community where the property is located, so it's
affecting
bigger
the
story.
residents'
Yeah.
ability
Reverse
to.
incentive. If you're going to backstop them,
It almost never, in my experience at least now.
I'm not an
many
expert,
years.
and you
I'm
are,
not,
so
I'm not an expert
I'm
either,
going to
but
defer to you
I
all.
was just going to say that in my experience, the cases we have had are, you know, it's just not like, hey, I'm too lazy to get my house together. It's that I'm mentally ill and I'm abandoned. My mother died there and I never went.
The
You know,
house
I
could
mean,
be
it's
empty.
just all kinds of stuff like that. So it's not, and the people who are living on either side of them are like, hey,
Yeah.
you know what? I'm getting
What
an
are our
allergy
covenants
attack
for?
just
Right.
walking past it.
Who do you go after when it's a vacant home? Nobody's there. What do you do?
Yeah. So you're right, Mike. You're absolutely right. It's aggravating as all get out, but
Every
the
jurisdiction
idea
faces
that
this.
we would just put a Band-Aid on top of it so somebody else acquires it, to me, that's not the solution either, because if it were a homeowner and there's, you know, I remember the discussion around cedar shakes and whatnot, we make sure that they do what they're supposed to do. And if we acquire it, then we should put it in a position that we would expect anybody else, any other homeowner. But again, you know, I'm in the minority.
Counselor,
Well,
I see
there
you're ready
are
to
two
say
things
something.
that you need to take into account. One is the fact that not all these homes are investor-owned.
yeah.
A lot of times you are dealing with individuals who, for whatever reason, are not going to or cannot do what they're supposed to do. And in some cases, it's even worse because you have people who have, as somebody indicated, abandoned their property and have just left it. And you've
And
got,
they no longer live in it.
right.
Oh.
And you've got mortgagees out there who are not taking those properties back. For whatever reason, they've got it in
They don't want it
inventory, but they have no desire, they realize that the economic value of that property is non-existent for their purposes. So then the question becomes, what do you do for the next door neighbor? And in reality, you're at least taking minimal steps to correct that so that the next door neighbor may have a chance of selling their home.
Yes, sir. Fiduciary responsibility.
I don't want to
Yeah.
prolong the conversation.
Danielle?
Go along.
No comment.
Okay. Julie?
It's just delayed repayment. I mean, at some point in time, we'll get the money back
Yeah.
for the most part, and we can't afford to let. It's just like, you know, mowing the center.
Yeah.
You know, we can't.
No, I want to get
Right,
paid
it's
back.
blight.
If we have the
Yeah.
money there,
We
if
have,
the expectation is we get it back, I haven't,
right.
Yeah.
that's
You can only.
not a problem. We got to get the money back.
Jeff?
Yes, I'm good.
Okay. So without objection?
Okay, all
Okay.
right. The next one that you had is staff training and development, continuing education. And 5 of you said yes, 2 of you said no, 1 had a different answer. So, up for discussion.
Yes.
Is this
where you were saying about some of the IT training would fall into here?
Why don't you talk to
No,
Melissa?
this is
Covenants.
Anna, and
Anna?
this is Covenants.
This is covenant. Okay.
This is training that has to do with CAI
Community
development.
Associations Institute, yeah.
And usually, we did M100, the M100 training last year, and we have pretty much everybody in the department is interested in getting their CMCA designation. And this is community association training that is very beneficial because it helps the department understand the guidelines for community associations. So that is the type of training that we would receive.
Thank you. Any other comments? Without objection?
I think we need to support whatever staff training,
Good.
capacity building.
To get certified.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're going to take a break in shortly. Okay, let's go to
Okay,
Red.
so let's go back up to the top.
Mm-hmm.
This is refreshments and supplies. 3 of you said yes. 4 of you said no. 1 had no answer. And this is kind of just refreshments, light snacks, things like that for DRB meetings, luncheons and trainings. And I guess questions for Anna and the team. Anna. Questions for Anna or any clarifications?
Okay.
I mean, are you talking about, there's just like the stale Halloween candy that there's sitting in at the DRB meetings? I mean,
A little bit
Well,
more than that.
they have DRB, they
Yes.
have meetings, luncheons.
they do get chips also.
Okay.
This is
Not $3,600 worth, but
Okay.
it's more than just that.
We have snacks for the DRB and Covenants Committee meetings, these are committee meetings, but this would also entail refreshments for when we have workshops.
Right.
For the community engagement
That's right.
program that we have in place for the rest of this year and next year. So any refreshments that we would have for that program would be eliminated. That's in that amount.
And so this is really it's really the community facing. I mean, the $3,600, the bulk of that expense is not in the stale Halloween candy, right?
No, it's part of it, but not all of it.
Okay. I love your honesty.
Yeah.
Repurchasing Halloween
Yes,
candy.
Danielle.
It just seems, maybe it was just the timing. I don't know if I voted no. I'm sorry, Anna. I'm not trying to pick on you. It's like everyone is eating, there's refreshments at every place.
I know it.
So maybe that's why I voted this way. But in your opinion, this is a community, it's for our community?
I'm
For
sorry.
community meetings, this is
Okay.
what this is
So
typically
external.
intended for. DRB
Also
meetings.
external, yeah.
It's not for internal. It's for community-facing
It's
meetings.
definitely not for internal
Okay.
because I see
But
my own
also,
department.
they are volunteers too.
Right. Right.
Yes,
Right.
I know.
Right. We
None of
shouldn't
them
just
are paid staff, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
we shouldn't take it away from everyone but covenants. I mean,
Right.
vice versa, everyone else
Yeah.
gets to eat, but not covenants.
Well, and for example, you had your DRB, ABC, you had snacks there, very nice, good turnout, right?
Correct.
It's kind of a motivator, people come because you're serving food, yeah, get them in the door. Jeff, anything?
No, I'm okay.
Any comments?
Another quick one.
Julie?
So the garden meeting, for the there's like an annual gardeners, community garden meeting or refreshments at that event. Or is that in this category?
I'm not sure what the community development meeting is.
That might be, Julie, that's probably a different department that you're talking
Yeah.
about, natural areas or something like that. They might
It
have.
was for all the people who use the community gardens.
Oh,
They
okay.
had a Saturday morning.
That would have been a different department,
Okay.
probably, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
But any of those type of meetings that would be associated with the covenants department, yes, that would be that type of thing.
Any other comments, questions? So without objection?
So is it without objection, what? Are we taking it out or
Leaving
or
it in.
Leaving it in, leaving it in.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. So the last one that you have on here in red is salaries and wages reduced by 1 staff.
What department?
This is
Covenants.
covenants, still in
Covenants
covenants
and COA.
administration. So this was a split vote.
A
4 of
poll.
you said yes, and 4 of you said no. So this obviously requires a conversation.
Yeah.
Sorry, go around.
I think we
go
need,
around the table.
I think we need more
Yeah.
Okay.
versus taking away.
Yeah.
So.
Why don't we start with Ray?
I want to hear the rest of the discussion.
Okay, sure. Eve?
Are you skipping Ken?
No, I'm sorry, you were not finished?
I'll state it again.
Okay, I
Yes.
thought you said something
I'd
before.
say
You would not be
keep
the
it,
right-
because I actually think we need to increase the number of staff for governance.
Yeah, that's what he said before, Eve.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for repeating. Ken.
Yeah.
Quite well.
I can't, I mean, a reduction in the covenants staff just seems ludicrous to me, so. But I mean, and I don't mean that sounded hostile, I'm sorry. I just think that the amount of work to be done in this community, in the area of covenants, is massive.
It is.
And we're playing a game of catch up that I worry that we will never get caught up.
I voted no, both for this and the previous one on refreshments, and it's largely in ignorance. Let me just share that. I do not know this area as Eve does and some of the other members of the board, so I would frankly defer to them.
Okay.
I was looking at this as ways to remove expenses from the budget,
Mm-hmm.
and if you don't know anything about it, it's an easy thing to
Don't know.
get at, right?
Right, okay. Danielle?
I had a few questions in terms of why would it be even on here?
That was my question.
And if they needed it, and then is this just community engagement? Like who, not who, I don't want to name, but like what is the responsibility that we're giving up? What are they doing right now?
So the bottom line is, remember, I told staff,
Mm-hmm.
go find stuff and come back.
Yeah.
And everything that's put before you was by their choice, if to give you a list of choices, and it was up to you to decide.
Mhm.
So ask the question of that lady back there.
Yes, I want to know
Yeah.
why she put it in here.
So I definitely want to make this clear because of, what Eve and Ken mentioned. I have to have a staff person there's a bulk of that person's position that handles community engagement, meaning there's a lot that goes into cluster workshops, cluster communication, all of that portion of what Covenants has taken on and has expanded on over this past year. So reducing staff by 1 would mean that we would have to give up that portion of
So the progress
what we're
you've
doing.
made.
Exactly. So
Mhm.
we cannot afford to give up that staff person to decrease the covenants task that we are currently doing because we cannot do away with that. But we have expanded a great deal on the type of community engagement that we're doing out of the covenants department.
Mm-hmm.
And that's very new over the last year. And we've tried to make great strides in that. We would have to do away with that in order to give out this person. Because without this person, we just don't have the resources.
Mhm.
And some of the other items that were tied to this,
Mhm.
such as, the postage, the printing, the expo would have to go away. If I don't have that community engagement person, I would not have the resources for, the expo because the expo is a joint task between my department and communications. So that person, if that person goes, community engagement out of my department would go, is basically what would happen.
Danielle, adequate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Goodness.
Julie?
I had no because I couldn't understand how the person could be on this reduction list
Kate
in the
made
first place without. So what's that person do? So my questions were basically the same as Danielle's.
Okay.
What was the duties, which you've answered? So thank you. So I am changing to yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Jeff?
What is the metric that we're trying to move by having the additional resource put into community engagement? Are we trying to reduce the number of covenants violations that we have? The time to adjudicate those covenants violations?
Annie, what I,
And what, you kind of see where I'm going, what are, if we lost that position, besides us not being able to do as much outreach, is it going to help us do a better job of what it is that we're supposed to be doing in covenants?
If we do away with the position?
Yeah.
I guess my take on it is that having the position has had an indirect effect on the covenants aspect. I'm sorry?
It's proactive.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a great deal of results just by our interaction with the clusters and our involvement in the community, because we've had positive results from our outreach in the community.
That's what I'm kind of looking for. What are the metrics that you're using to say this was a good investment?
We've had a lot more response from individuals in terms of how they're willing to work with us in resolution of, say, violations. The amount, for example, I mean, this is a good metric in terms of what we see at Covenants Committee. We used to have meetings at Covenants Committee where we'd have a list of 60 items. Our average agenda now is 16 to 20 at the most.
Tell them what happened to you tonight. What did you, yeah, today's
Had a
perfect
list of
example.
16 items, and half of those were dismissed because the individuals completed all of their items.
Good.
And
That's what I'm looking for.
There you go.
That's what I'm looking for. There you go.
That is great, yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
The other
Julie?
point I would make
Good investment.
in his defense is, and I'm the new liaison to that committee, is, you know, when you talk to people, they're like, well, you know, when are the other communities going to have their inspections? You know, and the backlog that we've had on those inspections, we've had to freeze and not go do new because we're trying to catch up. And I think if we don't keep, sounds bad, but keep on the communities to keep their properties to covenants, we lose again where we are. So I think,
I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anna? Yeah, something?
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, I think people are more open to coming, you know, to Covenants Committee or Legal Committee. I think they feel more comfortable coming and speaking to us because they feel a higher level of comfort. They don't feel as intimidated.
Good.
They feel that they can reach out to us and speak to us at a more humane level because they're not as intimidated. They used to feel afraid to reach out to Covenants and the Covenants Committee, where now it's a more friendly, collaborative relationship. And I think that's real success for us.
Yeah. Ray?
And all of this sounds good, but it comes back to the question, if person is so important, why was it on the list in the first place? And I don't know the answer to that. I didn't know going in who the person was or what they did. And it's easy for somebody to explain all the valuable functions that the person does and all the things we'd miss if that person was gone. So of course we're all going to say, yes, this is great, we can't afford to lose this. I'm going to go back to the very beginning when I talked about organizational structure, on flattening things, going across lines, finding out what more people do, not only interdepartmentally, but intra-departmentally. And from what I see of Covenants and DRB, I think Kate's on this. I trust her to stay on this. There needs to be a lot of changes. There's a really lack of knowledge and information among us on what they do, and conversely from them and what people's perception of what they're doing is. And we're not talking about a minor gap here. We're talking about a chasm. That does have to change. I know that Kate's working on that. So whether or not this one person fits in a category which exists now and is necessary within the structure that we have now, I don't object to any of that. But, okay, we keep the person on. I don't have any objection to it. I don't want it to be read like this is the silo opportunity I talked about earlier. this is one area where they need to tell us more about what we do. We have to be more receptive to it. The people have to be more aware of it. There's a lot of misunderstanding, and they take a lot of criticism they shouldn't, basically because we don't know what they do, and vice versa. There's a lot of people, I think, just from my own perception, within the system here, that are really unaware of what's going on out on the street and some of the things that people go through when somebody sells a house, and an improvement they made on their house is cited as a violation 3 days before a settlement, and it just, they're forced to do things that they shouldn't have to do, and then they spread the word to their neighborhood how screwed up DRB is. This is the reality that we have to deal with, and if we're going to get the people to be more together, there needs to be a much greater understanding between all levels of people in the community, in the covenants, in DRB, and I'm not even talking about just across things, just within the organization itself. And things have to change in a positive way. It's not a criticism to any individual or anybody who's doing their job perfectly. Maybe that job needs to be done differently. And that's all I'm saying. I'm going to vote yes on this one person, because given what we have now, we have to. But I don't want that to mean that I'm kicking it aside and we'll deal with covenants, DRB issues later.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
We need to deal with them now.
In fact, I've heard you say several times about the the lack of transparency of the organization within who does what.
It's not so much transparency. It's just that the average citizen out there doesn't dig into RA and what each of us do and what but they see the results. And when the results are that maybe what the DRB did was right. And maybe the homeowner is wrong and screwed up. But if he tells the whole neighborhood, oh, you wouldn't believe what these guys did to me, and then somebody else says, yeah, I heard they did something, and all of a sudden it becomes one huge negative. And there's much more of that going on than should be happening. But then again, a lot of it is true. So we have to fix that. That's the community engagement, community involvement thing, which is of the utmost importance because of the function and what they do in making the houses appear better, making some of these neighborhoods and a lot of these clusters do look a little broken down. Let's face it. We need, in many ways, to support DRB more, not less, on many things. I want a strong DRB. I want a strong governance committee. But, and it's a big but, let's get it done right. Let's not be heavy-handed about it. Let's not be arbitrary about it. Let's not be so inconsistent about it, which is, my feeling, is the perception of the community.
To get results or a solution to what you're really looking for, Kate, is it possible maybe for Ray, you and I, to get together at a later date and we can talk more in depth?
I think Kate's on the right track. It's just going to take time for that to work
Okay,
out.
so you don't think that's necessary?
But we have to stay on it.
Okay, all right.
I guarantee the entire team and I are committed to working on that, especially when it comes in covenants and DRB. But it's across the organization. You're absolutely right. We're trying to change that perception and
change the image.
and do more engagement, value add, so people understand what's going on. So you are absolutely correct, and it is not an easy task, but we're taking it up and running with it.
So,
Appreciate that comment.
yeah, I do too, yeah. I appreciate all the comments. They've been extremely helpful and beneficial. So with, can you finish this
Without
page?
objection, leave
Without
in.
objection, can we
Does
take
it say
a,
leave in?
Yes.
Does this
Yes,
say leave
I'm-
in?
yeah.
Okay.
and without objection, can we take a health break?
I'm just, if I can just ask a question.
Sure.
How are we doing in terms of timing to get finished?
Well, we're on page 13 and we have what? 19 pages. I think we're doing good.
We have 6 department or cost centers
Ready to
left.
go?
Yeah.
You do have some heavy conversations
I was going to say,
coming up.
can we do those now, next?
What?
Can we
We
do
could.
them out of order?
We can start from the back and work our way back up. I
Okay.
do think it's a good idea for you to take a health break real quick
Right,
before we
let's
get
go.
into
I
those
don't have a problem with
conversations.
that, but I want to make sure that we're not here till 1 o'clock.
Bear with me.
Oh, no.
Yes.
I
talking
think
about
we're doing
yours first.
extremely well.
No,
Okay?
Yeah.
I am. That's
It's
why I'm
9 o'clock,
listening.
yeah.
So I'm asking.
Okay. she's got to take care of kiddos. She's
Okay.
got to leave at 9:25. So if we can make that health break really fast, we're going to
Yeah,
take
5
aquatics
minutes, yeah.
first.
Okay,
Okay?
good, sounds good.
For me, Sabrina, I didn't get the first sheet. Oh, no, on that one there wasn't. No, there's 8.
That'd be great.
Present.
Missing Ray?
Yeah. And, yeah.
We're back on.
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead and-
Sun got cold again.
All right.
Okay.
We're starting from
So,
the back.
what I'm going to do is advance these slides to the very end so that we can talk about aquatics.
Okay.
And Sabrina, right now, is handing out to you the aquatics section. And what I want to do is I'm going to have you, when you get these documents, wait for instruction for just a second, because we're
Okay.
going to start from the very back.
Okay.
You still look like the hard ones, though.
Well,
This is a fresh one.
it depends, okay? So bear with me just a second. Okay. So when you are looking at the back of your aquatics section, okay,
Mhm.
so you've got, it says page 18 at the bottom. I want you to flip to page 19, where you see most all of the red,
There we go.
most all of the red and yellow,
There we go.
okay?
Yeah.
There is a section that starts option 1, okay? It's the second from the top, and it goes all the way to option 7.
Right.
When Sabrina and I were tabulating this, we were a little concerned with the responses because we thought that possibly that word reduction in that description might have thrown you off.
It did.
So what I wanted you to do is take a look at this sheet that has no color on it, well, no color on the items. And what we decided to do was reword what we wanted you to do. We wanted you to take a look at it from the perspective of check yes to reduce the pool hours as spelled out in the option to reduce the assessment versus check no, let's keep the current pool hours. And before you answer that question, I wanted to give Laura the opportunity to explain, one, what her preferences were in this list of options, as well as answer any questions that you may have, because she does have a preference for you to check, yes, take things out. Go for it.
Okay. I appreciate you advancing this section so that I can pick up the kids to get them home, so thank you. Very quickly, if you look at, can I look at yours, Sabrina? I just want to explain so you understand the seasons that we're talking about. So option 1 is North Shore and Ridge Heights Pool, the 2 heated facilities open early. The option number 2 is to change the pools to being open 7 days a week to just weekends only for 7 of those facilities before school is out. So it is still very early when some of the pools are still only open at 3 o'clock. Option 3 is to close every pool 2 days per week from, now this is for the whole season, so this is from that season 2 before school is out all the way through mid-August when a majority of the facilities are open and being used. Option 4 is to close 7 pools we close 7 pools, so this is when we close half of the pools down early, it's actually advancing that schedule 1 week earlier to have half of them closed down earlier than we normally do. Option 5 is to eliminate early morning and evening swims at North Shore and Lake Thoreau pools. Option 6, to change the number of pools open between mid-August through Labor Day weekend from 8 to 4. Option 7 is eliminate post-Labor Day hours at the 2 heated facilities, so the season that we're currently in right now with the pools. So what I would like to do is to go ahead and just recommend 2 options that we see in aquatics. Option number 2, to change 7 pools to a weekend-only schedule between Memorial Day and the end of public schools.
So why don't we go ahead and, that's Laura's first recommendation. Do you want to go ahead and put the other one on the table just so that they know they have the benefit of the second one that you recommend?
The second one I recommend is option number 6, to change the number of pools open between mid-August through Labor Day weekend from 8 to 4 pools.
Okay.
And the reason why there is related to staff. So it's very hard to staff the facilities over that weekend. And we did end up having to reduce that this weekend didn't have any comments. The facilities were not at capacity, those that were still open. And it would also save on the overtime that we had to have the current staff working, receiving.
So those are staff's preferences on those two particular options. And while Laura is still with us for the next 20 minutes, wanted to get your reaction to that on yes, take it out of the budget, or no, keep them open anyway.
Okay. Danielle?
I would follow your suggestions. I think you know best, but could you tell us what 7 pools are weekend-only schedule?
So we have, as you know, we have 15 pools,
Mhm.
and so this is changing just 7 of those pools to weekends only. There will be some facilities that would be open during the week. Some of the higher used facilities, there are some that open earlier at 11 or 12 o'clock. So we would keep those open so there would be options for the public to go during the day. Julie?
Okay, Julie?
So, based on that, I'm looking for that lovely little map that has the pools and all the
Yep.
centric circles. So, based on this map, you already know which pools you would eliminate, the going from 8 to 4 and the 7.
Right, we would look at the higher used pools and ensure equality through the districts, if you will, higher use.
And so all districts would still have
Correct. Yes.
access to pools. Okay.
Okay.
I'm good with both of those recommendations.
Lucinda?
I tend to go with the staff's advice.
Good. Okay. Jeff?
Yep, I think that's reasonable, yep.
Yeah. That's a yes, yes? Mike?
I am, yes. Good idea.
Steve?
Yep.
Ken?
Trust staff.
Right?
Yep.
Yep.
So without objection?
So without objection,
Right.
options 2
2 and
and
6,
6
right.
will come out of the budget.
Okay.
Yes. So those were yeses. E, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Those are not.
Laura, did you want to go through options 1, 3, 4, and 5, and 7? Actually, 7, I apologize. Ignore 7 because they were very clear on what they wanted to do with 7. But there were others if you wanted to walk through because there were some half and half answers there if you look at your red sheet. So if you'd like to explain those.
So for option number 1, this is for the spring. This is, we open the 2 heated facilities the second week in May. And it's an option that not many other places have. But one thing that I would point out that you do have to consider is the usage during that time. And in your packet, you did receive on page 3 the preseason extended hours. There's North Shore and Ridge Heights. There are 5 years listed, so it's about 103 people using North Shore each day during those preseason hours, and about 119 using each day. So it isn't a lot of people, but it is something that that not many places have. It's your decision.
If I can just chime in.
Sure.
We think it adds greater.
Mike.
A microphone.
Oops, she's got. Here you go, Larry. Here you go. Don't take hers. Take mine.
We think having the longer pool season also adds greater value to the value of the pool pass as well. It says, hey, it's not just from Memorial Day to Labor Day. You get it from early May through September.
I agree, yeah.
Okay.
Question over
We're
here.
going to talk about, yes.
Mike?
You gave us 2 options, which we've adopted. Your next option would be?
These are tough decisions.
I know.
Okay, I would not, I really, as Larry stated, I think that one really does add value, the extended season.
That's why I'm asking the
So your
question. It
recommendation-
sounded like that's not a good option.
So your recommendation is to keep option 1?
Yes.
Not.
Okay. So what, if you were to pick one other, you all have a great deal of insight.
So one other that is on here is option 3, where it talks about closing 2 pools.
Mm-hmm.
I would actually modify this one a little bit. And I should point out that if we do close the facility an additional day, if it's not every single pool, this is every pool listed here, but if we do close maybe a couple of pools, there's an opportunity for additional revenue to rent out to daycare centers. That is something that we can do. So we can come back maybe with additional options if you have other questions, and closing a pool 2 days a week is something that you'd like to consider. We can take a look at that. But to reduce the pools for the entire season, I don't think that's a.
That's my reaction. I think that eliminating some of the underused pools
That's a different discussion.
is a different discussion.
Yeah, well, that's on the next page.
Yeah,
so that's coming up.
absolutely. But I asked just to see what your overall reaction was, and I'm concerned that we're going to undermine the value of membership. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Option number 4, this is highlighted because this is moving the schedule only 1 week earlier. So you can see that that's $20,000 to close almost half of the pools just 1 week earlier, and that's just a big number to show you that that's 1 week.
That is a big number.
Is that something that you feel like would be advantageous to us because you're losing staff, as you indicated here, or, I mean, is that something you'd recommend, or do you not recommend that?
So we could. One thing to note here is that when we do have the pools open for that additional week, it also impacts the revenue because we would have daycare centers coming in during that last week. So there is a revenue.
We'd lose revenue if we did that.
Right.
Okay. That's the kind of the bottom line we want to get to on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we know how much?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can get the answer fairly quickly. And it depends on the pool.
So
Different
how about
organizations run at different
how about
rates.
we hold on 3 and 4
Okay.
until we get additional information, because it's clear with 3 and 4 how much revenue would we lose if we did that for 4? How much revenue would we gain on 3 if we kept a couple of those if we closed them, not all of them, but we closed them, and how much more revenue would we get if we just slightly adjusted which ones we closed a couple of days a week, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that we will hold for more info on that. Now going back to 5, and we still need to land the plane on 1 and make sure that the board understands, comes to conclusion on 5, 1, and we'll just double check on 7. So tell us about 5 and 7.
5 I would not recommend.
So do not do that. Do not take that out.
Yeah, you can look
That's
at
an add value
yes,
conversation.
absolutely.
High usage. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
okay.
So that would be a without objection question.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
So back to number 1.
Go back to number 1. That's a similar add value question?
Yep, keep it.
Keep it.
Keep it.
Keep it.
Keep it.
Okay.
Without objection? Okay.
Now we're to 7. Eliminate post-Labor Day hours at 2 heated pools.
That one's green now.
It is a green one. So if you guys are fine, we'll stay green.
Stay green.
Thank you, Larry. I appreciate you.
Just summarize.
I will get it for you tomorrow, because we got to giddy up with Laura. We got things we got to talk about with her.
Can we
Okay?
move to the very first one? Because it's related to the pool schedule too on the same sheet.
On this same sheet or this one?
The colored
Okay.
or the
The
plain?
very top,
The color sheet.
the colored sheet at the very top of
Opening
page
pools.
19
Correct.
is opening pools early on the last day of school. So you want to explain, that was a 4-4 vote. You want to explain what your thoughts are there?
So we do have, with the pool schedule on the last day of school, we do have pools that are regularly open a little bit early, at noon, at 11 o'clock. So there is somewhere for people to go. And in the past, we have had requests for many years to have the pool open a little bit earlier because the schools get out and people want to go home and go straight to their own neighborhood pool. It's about 2 hours. So it's between 1 and 3 o'clock. Or now with a slightly different schedule, but I think that this is one that you can there is a pool available for people to go to. It may not be the pool that they're walking to on one day. The choice is yours.
So you're saying we can eliminate?
It's up to you.
Okay. Yes, yes, Danielle.
It's a hit. It is a huge hit, at least the Lake Newport pool.
But like
That's-
Newport pool is already open earlier, so the pool that wouldn't impact. This would impact the pools that don't open normally until 3 p.m. It's just opening those handful of pools open 2 hours earlier. But like Newport, Uplands.
Wait a minute, she's talking. Yeah. Continue, Laura.
That's it. There's a handful of pools that are open and available.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that Larry's comment about the value of the pass, you really have to be careful that we, especially as we get ready to have the really tough discussions coming up about the facilities, that you
Right.
don't
Yes.
chip away, and that is a small thing, you know, like if you're a parent and the first day your kids are home from school, you know, and they're, I think being able to shuffle them off to the pool is really important.
And
For
given
$1,900.
For $1,900
$100.
Don't
That's a
touch
bargain,
it.
man.
Yes, I would keep it, just leave it,
I'll keep it.
Any other comments?
Without objection on that top?
or keep it.
Keep it. Keep it.
Okay, all right.
That's the screen. Okay.
Let's see. So while we have Laura here,
Right.
let's go ahead and talk about the last 4 items there. Keeping a pool closing 4 pools and 1 in each district. And I think you do need the benefit of her and Larry's perspective on this conversation.
Look at these scores.
Which one of you wants to chime in first on pool closures?
I will, if I can, I will chime in first with the microphone. One of the things that we have to consider, or you have to consider, is the decision to close a pool facility or even a tennis court facility comes with some other ramifications. First and foremost, we have to get a determination from zoning. So in other words, you say you make the decision, or staff investigate this fully so we know everything that we're going to have to do. Because the example that I would use is Lake Ann Pool, which was closed many years ago, and now there's a beautiful park there. But we had to get a determination from zoning because the development plan specified swimming pool and tennis courts. So for us to change that, we did leave 1 tennis court, but to change the swimming pool aspect, the county said we have to do equivalent active recreation to satisfy the development plan. So we had to vet the plan through zoning first. Essentially, we had to replace the pool with other facilities that would serve kids from, let's call it 6 months, all the way through seniors. And so that possibility remains with these other facilities. So it's just a heads up that it may not cut out, you just don't close it and abandon it and leave this eyesore. So there's some other steps that we have to go through. Clearly, we can do those, if that is the direction that's given, but I just want to make very clear that it's not just you close it, you bulldoze it, and you walk away and turn it into a little piece of forest.
Now I'm going to pass it back to Laura to give what's your perspective on it as well. Knowing that we're never going to leave open space, put a cover on it and walk away. If we were to do something, we are going to come back and look at active recreation. That is not something I'm advocating that we not do. Laura's perspective on pools as well.
I think this is really tough, and if you would have asked me this as the aquatics program manager, which is near to dear in my heart, and you know that people are walking to the pool, the kids are coming to the pool from their house, maybe parents aren't home, it's a no way. But, when you do look at the cost of the facility and you look at the usage of those facilities, it does beg you to ask yourself a question and look and say, is this the correct business decision to make to continue to operate the facility as it is now? And as they said, it doesn't mean that it can't be something else, but is this the right, the current use for that space? And what are the other opportunities for it? Maybe a pool is still part of that, but maybe you need to take a look at the existing facility and have Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee take a look at them and look at a plan to see what could be done. I can't tell you what to do. This is your decision. This is a tough decision. This is a decision where people will call you. We've had the last open Parks and Recreation open space plan. Some of you remember Save Tall Oaks Pool, and also those members from Shadowwood Pool coming to talk about this. So you have a tough decision, and I can help answer questions should you have some.
Now, the problem for Laura is it is 9:25 and she needs to go and take care of her kids. So if there's anything that comes up that Larry and I cannot handle, we will get for you, but I want to be mindful of the fact that you're a mom and you need to take care of little people.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank
you. So
Thanks,
for
Laura.
your time.
Really appreciate the work
Yeah.
on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're right, it's a very
decision.
difficult decision.
Yeah. Okay.
Should we go around the room?
Yes.
Yes.
So in talking about closing pools, it seems binary. And we've gone through some options of reducing hours, changing how long they're open, 2 days a week, not whatever days a week. Does it have to be that binary? Yes or no on closing it? Couldn't some of these underutilized be ones where, it's just open less hours? I mean, I realize that you still have the issues of maintaining the facility, and all you're really reducing is your staffing hours, perhaps. But that might be a reasonable step to take. For example, if you just did it on the numbers basis, you might say, well, Dogwood should be closed, but we know that it wasn't available for certain years, so their numbers may be skewed. Or, as I mentioned earlier tonight, and I didn't know that Tall Oaks people came before when it was tried to be shut before, but I look at Tall Oaks and I say, if we were to start the process of closing that, when that particular area of our resident community is being slammed anyhow, that doesn't seem like a very good idea. I didn't know about daycare centers and having perhaps other revenue sources that with Tall Oaks being right beside a daycare center, it would seem to me maybe that's a location that you could look at, a more kind of mixed thing where it was open on weekends but not during the week, or some interim to just flat out closing center. So I guess I'm kind of asking the question, is that
Yeah.
That is certainly a possibility, and we have done weekends only the first couple of years after the whole discussion of Tall Oaks came up. We tried to bolster that a little bit and see what the response would be, and so we kept Tall Oaks open on weekends during that last season. When the early to mid-August closing, typically Tall Oaks would close down through Labor Day, so we kept it open on weekends, say what kind of use were we getting. So that is a possibility, and just as you noted, you have to check the chemistry every day. There's still maintenance, but where you save is just it's really the guard time, and that's the that's the net savings you get. But you still have to do maintenance. You still got to check it every day, and chemistry and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Danielle?
Just looking at the data, and I don't know all of the other variables. You have at Shadowwood 35 people a day, and Newport you have 215. Also taking a look at this graph, this overlay, South Lakes has a lot of swimming pools. I don't know, it just seemed pretty obvious to me that we need to take a really in-depth look at Shadowwood, Newbridge, and Golf Course and Tall Oaks are very close to each
They
other.
are.
I wouldn't be closing both of those, I think,
Close one and, yeah.
or can do whatever we want to research.
Right.
On Tall Oaks, would it not be possible to mothball it until the redevelopment of Tall Oaks and then somehow get that developer on the hook for, I mean, the pool is, I mean, it's not a fabulous example of a pool. It's like the pool in the woods. You know, it's like,
Pool in the woods.
it's a pool you can go to and not get a sunburn.
There is value in that.
Well, true. We don't have to expend any free sunscreen there. But,
Right.
but I mean, is that not an option? Or is that a possibility?
Well, one thing that I would recommend is more of a staged approach. Mothballing a pool, you know, it's like Mr. Wolf over there, he was showing me a picture of a house that was at Covenants Committee tonight, you know, where it's just been let go.
Yeah.
Well, to come back without doing some basic maintenance to it, you know, to come back 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 years later, and then to, you know, fix it up, you know, you're going to make a much larger investment, and it's going to be a lot more difficult, quite frankly. So what I would do is stage that and say, if you're going to go that route, say do the weekends only thing, so that you're, you know, you're maintaining the water chemistry. You know, it looks like an active pool during the week. You know, so doesn't look like a blight on the community. And then it's available for use at more limited hours. And you know, certainly we could do that for, you know, a couple years, or you know, depending on what happens with Tall Oaks Village Center as an example.
Mike?
I like the idea of a staged approach. I think the earlier discussion was about looking at hours and trying to generate savings that way. I do think that we need to look at the pools, and I think the analysis to me is pretty clear that there's some pools that are just not getting the utilization, and they're costing us. And the big concern that all of us have is, given limited resources, maintaining a cap on the assessment, what opportunities are there to create cost savings and increase the value of membership in the Reston Association? So we absolutely need to take a look at the pools. I really like the idea of Tall Oaks in particular, because that's going to be open to redevelopment.
Right.
And so what are the opportunities there? I think about the very good process that we went through with the Pony Barn and now Tetra.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe we need to think about how do we cast this. It's really repurposing the asset.
Mm-hmm.
Agree with you, Larry. If we just close it and essentially abandon it, if we decide to reopen it, that's going to be a major cost. And so I think we need to have a plan. We need to have a community engagement plan associated with these. But ultimately, we as the board will need to make some pretty tough choices here.
Yeah.
The one thing I would just caution is, I mean, that it was, yes, Pony Barn was a great process that resulted in a budget of about 10 times what we originally.
That's
so,
another
you know,
issue.
I mean, so we cannot look at this as a budget or a assessment capping activity. That's not what this is about. This is about responsible use of the asset, because if it comes across on YouTube or anywhere else that what this is, oh, you know, we're trying to keep your assessment dollars down, that's I think, the wrong way to project it, because we might, you know, we should be looking at a facility that only gets 35 visitors a day, because it's not fiscally responsible to keep it open.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
you know, it's not adding value to the membership. It does not mean, though, that the assessment is not going to go up because we.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
I'm sorry.
in addition, that pool, Shadowwood you're talking, we can walk down a block and you're at the Glade Pool.
Well, the same thing is true for Tall Oaks.
Yeah.
You can cross the street and be at
Right.
the golf
Yeah.
Across a very busy street.
True, you wouldn't
Yeah.
send your kids there, that's true.
Yeah, Julie?
We've talked tonight about ways that we could focus on revenue generation. And I'm just thinking, I'm back to Tollix for a moment, but we know that somebody's, obviously there's a new owner of that village center. It might be something where we could get some joint
Collaboration.
investment, because I'm pretty sure they assume there'd be a pool right next to their development. So that might be a thought. I wonder about whether or not we can take some of the more underutilized pools or portions of the day and really make an effort to find, work with perhaps our corporate citizens and say, do you want to rent the pool for a day, or an afternoon for your employees? Or
Right.
some way to say, while we're kind of putting them on a weekend schedule, what could we be doing to perhaps generate more revenue? Because I think that there's other issues in just closing a pool. I'm not saying we shouldn't close some of the pools, but I also think about Shadowwood, and I don't honestly know where I know where Shadowwood is.
Yeah.
And
Shadowwood, Newbridge.
I know, but Shadowwood's kind of like on the cusp of,
Right.
And that pool is also in a part of our community that serves a particular population more so than others. And is that something that we could encourage more use of that pool to help keep kids off streets?
Yeah, and Ken had his hand up. Wow.
Yeah, I agree with Eve wholeheartedly. In fact, I was rather adamant that these last 4 items not even be considered as a part of an assessment exercise. These things should be investigated thoroughly. And to say that we're reducing your assessment because we closed a couple of pools would be the worst thing we could do. I agree with you. If we see the need to repurpose, let's do that. But Larry, a question for you, just a rough estimate. The Lake Ann pool, we obviously had to tear it out, grind it out, and put in a beautiful park. What was the cost associated with that roughly, do you think?
I want to say it was about 700,000.
Yeah. So when you close a pool, you're not leaving it vacant. You're going to spend a chunk of money to repurpose it into something. So
Right,
be aware
and,
of that.
And I will point out that all depends upon what the county comes back with in their determination.
Understood.
And what the development plan says.
But you're
that's
still going to send in a bunch of backhoes and a lot of labor to turn it into something. Even if you just want to put grass over it, it's going to take a lot of money.
Yeah, it'll take 40K just to demolish one.
So just be prepared for that. So I would suggest we not even consider these as a part of the assessment exercise, but do consider them as a part of the Parks and Rec investigation on what facilities are working well, what might we consider for repurposing for all the right reasons.
I'm going to build on that.
Yeah,
And,
please, Jeff.
getting back to what we charged the PrAC to do, this fits right into their wheelhouse.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Taking a strategic view of what we need 10 years from now, because this isn't a one-year budget.
Yeah.
No,
This is
Right.
really about making good decisions for the long term.
absolutely. Yep.
And I think getting the PrAC engaged, and I think we'll need to think about what we want to charge them with.
Sure.
But I think that's the way to go. It needs to be done in a strategic way and not on a one-year budget.
Yeah, with community involvement.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Lucinda?
I agree with everybody else. I think
Okay.
We're all on the same page.
Anything else, Julie and Danielle?
Nope.
No? Okay.
Nope.
Eve?
Yes. I agree with everything that's being said here. Obviously, we need to look at it not as an assessment buster, but what makes the most sense. I looked at this chart with this 5-year aquatics facility usage, and I overlaid it on the spots on the map. And it's pretty interesting. The lowest two, number 14 and 15 out of 15, were Newbridge and Shadowwood.
Right next to each other.
They're very close to each other.
Right.
On why are we holding open two facilities that are both getting such low usage? On number 12 and 13, the next two lowest were Tall Oaks and Golf Course Island. They're almost right on top of each other. Why do we need them both? I'm just throwing out this theoretical questions. On Autumnwood, number 9, there's a big drop off from 8 to 9, by the way. On real close to Lake Newport, close enough to North Shore, where people could use those pools. I don't see why it's there. And on Hunter Woods and Dogwood, 8 and 11, real close to each other. On knowing nothing else but looking at the geography and looking at the numbers, it seems like somebody should look into a consolidation of sorts there.
Mhm.
I know that's a simplistic way to look at it, but I'm just tossing it out there.
Danielle?
I agree with all of the above. How can we make sure that it's on staff, not on staffs or the Parks and Rec Committee, that it's more of a actionable item sooner
Mhm.
rather than later?
Mm-hmm.
So the beauty of the PRAC, the Parks Recreation Advisory Committee, is one of the things that they have undertaken for you is the George Mason University Recreation Study that's underway right now. The results of that will be very informative, as well as having them look at this more in depth and what are the implications. Because as Ken pointed out accurately to Larry's response back of when we decommissioned a facility and we put something new in its place, it does cost money.
Right.
And as Ken Chadwick reminded me, depending on the cost, depending on what's done, it's not a like-for-like replacement, you may have to go to referendum as well. So there are lots of implications to consider on this.
Right.
The reason why these are in here is because you were looking at costs on annual expenses. Here is an annual expense in our district that we wanted to show you. It's expensive. It costs money. Here's what it is. It's something to think about because it is a conversation that staff does want to get into with you, as Danielle said, sooner rather than later. Let's talk about the implications and how best to move forward. And as Eve said, you know, in responsibility, are we responsibly maintaining this or keeping this asset if it's got low use? So I'm guessing without objection, that we're just going to take these off the table. These stay in the budget. Is that a true statement with more information to come?
I would say, though, that we should ask Laura to look at the schedule on the very low-use pools.
On the, right,
Yeah.
on that phased conversation that
Well,
Larry
on
had
all
of
four
just
of
changing.
those super low-use ones.
Like where Ray mentioned between Toix and golf course. Well, perhaps it's a case of where every other day, you know, one is open Monday, Wednesday, Friday, the other's open Tuesday.
Stagger them.
And, you know, it's kind of a rotational so that we can share the staffing. We still have the upkeep, but, you know, along the lines of the other options, maybe we ask the staff and the parks to kind of look at, is there another way
idea.
to reduce our costs in the next calendar year?
And increase revenue for those days
Yeah.
that it's going to not
Yeah.
be used. Are there
Right.
rental opportunities that we can put them on?
So between
Great.
PrAC
So
and,
We can
Great
work
chat.
on that, and
Right.
that probably might not come for next week's draft. That might be something you see in the third draft, so just
Good.
be mindful of that.
Right.
I do want to give them the opportunity to really look at that schedule to that. For the moment, we'll take it off the table, so
Put it
you
on
might see
hold,
something
yeah.
different on the third draft.
sounds
I
good.
have one more quick question.
Yes.
Larry, it's on one of these, I think it's I can't tell, there's a spray park is that at the Dogwood Pool or near the Dogwood Pool? Is that a separate facility?
It's outside the fence of the pool.
Does
so
it get more use than the pool? Does anybody track that?
Spray.
That's a good point.
It's hard. It's popular. I can't say that it gets more use, but it gets a lot of use.
That is not a swimming fountain.
Somewhere.
Yeah, because we don't have a ticker or anything for people using the open facility outside by the pavilion.
I think we should check that out, though. I mean, it would be nice to get a sense of what that is because, you know, I mean, maybe that would be a bigger one of those would be more popular.
Yeah, no, all those.
Okay.
It was recommended.
Yeah. So, without objection, we're just going to leave that in. We'll come back third draft. We're
Good.
So can we
Let's
go ahead
get
and
back,
flip
yeah.
back to the other side on page 18?
Mm-hmm.
And if you are, okay, so on
All
page
right.
18, what you've got is you do have quite a bit of green in different areas. So without objection, why don't we just leave those on the table and keep them in.
Right.
If you're okay with that, not spend time talking about that?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
good.
So then let's go back up to the very top. Pool furniture, 6 of you said yes, 2 of you said no, have another answer. And discussion
Any comments?
on that? Comments on that?
Yes.
I think that this is both look and feel
I
of the
agree.
community, and we just need to maintain it. We got it. Let's maintain it at a quality that we expect here.
Leave it in the budget.
Leave it in the budget.
Okay.
My comment on it was related to if we're reducing or closing pools, would there be some minor savings? So mine wasn't a no, it was just like, it may be that instead of 22, it's 21.
Okay. So Sandra, I saw you look up. Anything? Okay. Anyone else?
So is this a without objection, leaving it in?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. It's green.
Okay, going back down to the other yellow items first. I'm going to take the top one. Complimentary sunscreen, 6 of you said leave in, 2 of you said take out.
Comments?
Leave it in, chump
Leave it
change. Come on, that's nickel diamond.
It's not worthy of the hour spent on it.
And the PR is really good on it.
Okay.
We
so
have
do you
we have
want a burnt
sunscreen in all of
kid?
our pools.
Screaming.
I compliment staff for bringing it up as an item.
Yes, thank you.
But no need.
So without objection, leave it in.
Correct.
Okay.
Leave it in.
Okay,
Okay.
next one down, Reston Swim Team Association, swim meets and team parties where we're currently providing staff for those. 5 of you said yes, leave it in, 3 said no,
No.
and discussion.
Comments?
I think my question about this was, this is part of the, okay, this is us. This is the, okay,
Well, this is the swim team group, right?
right.
Right, but
That's not RA, that's not under
Okay.
RA.
It's not under RA. So
but we
then
provide
why
a
do-
pool operator during their practices and meets.
Oh,
So it's
We
on our
could pass
property.
that cost through, and they will then pass that directly through to their membership. It's just a decision that,
kind of think
quite
we
frankly, they haven't
should.
heard of yet.
I think it's a
Maybe
user
like
fee.
Tonight.
I mean, I think it's a user fee that we should pass through myself. That's just me.
Okay with that.
Any other comments? Ray?
I agree with Eve.
Okay.
I agree with Eve, and I think also we should be looking for opportunities to serve more of our members in general, and this is a smaller group.
Okay.
And if we can continue the activity but pass the costs through, that's a good
Yeah.
choice.
Julie, Danielle? Without objection? We'll leave it in?
Wait, I
I
thought we
said
were
take
taking
it
it
out.
out.
Out?
No.
Okay.
Well, we're going to pass it through.
Right.
We're not going to make it impossible for them to have this event.
No, that's
Right.
right.
But,
Okay.
you know, I'm just going to make a connection back to another line item that we had in there that we kind of went over. That's the RA, I think, currently provides guards for the swim team events as well.
I think
As
that's
part of the
different.
budget item.
Isn't that in this one?
That's what we're talking about here.
That's what we're talking about.
No, this is this for all of their swim? I don't think this is.
It's for their meets and their
Meets and
parties.
Oh, the
parties.
meets
Yeah.
and the parties.
Parties,
Oh,
yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
Yes.
My only concern, and I agree with Eve, I think we, again, need to take a look at all of our charitable items because we are,
This is a charitable item in a sense.
not
It's
charitable.
in kind. What service is in kind?
well, we are giving, I'm
We're
sorry,
paying staff.
can
to
I
do
take
that.
this?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know where it is.
I agree with the idea that there needs to be a strategy.
There
so
needs
that
to-
it's very
because, like,
clear.
Should be
Right.
consistent. I mean,
Tennis
if we
is getting-
provide court monitors for a tennis association,
Right.
then we should push, that expense should be borne by the users.
Here's my notes.
Or, I mean, that's an outside group using the facility. Yeah?
Right, I mean, we're supporting tennis, we're supporting South Lakes High School Ethics Day,
That's
Spring
different,
Triathlon.
I think.
Reston Little League. You know, it's just
But
kind of
that
all
is, but that is,
over.
those are specific charity events. That's or community events. This is a league program that is privately funded. They pay to participate, right?
Mm-hmm.
The funds go to the swim team association, don't
Right.
come to RA.
They don't come to Reston Association. They are consuming resources, and so they should
Be
just
charged back.
be charged back for the resource. I think. I mean, but it's different than Ethics Day, which is sort of a community building thing.
But what about, and I'm not disagreeing.
Right.
Then we have the sprint triathlon, and then we have Masters Lake Swim.
Those are community events.
Yeah, this is a program that you pay.
They're an organization.
Let's use a different example.
No,
Okay,
I
let's
get
use a
it. I'm
different.
thinking
Let's
of
say that there
Reston
were
Football
actually
League and Reston Soccer League who are not getting support.
They don't ask for it.
Well, I'm
They
going to
don't
ask.
need it.
I'm going to ask for it.
Can
Larry,
I make
expert
it?
wants to speak.
Let me make an example here. So the association, what we would, if we go to the rec area's budget, let's say we spend, I don't know what the exact number is, a couple $100,000 a year maintaining our ball fields.
Right.
And we just spent hundreds of thousands replacing
Right.
stuff at Brown's Chapel and redoing those fields.
Yeah.
Okay, and so that primarily benefits the 500 kids that are in Reston Little League, Reston Youth Baseball.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, same with soccer. All the money we spend cutting grass, fertilizing, all those kinds of things on the soccer fields, Reston Soccer, because board policy says they can only be used by Reston-based organizations.
Right.
Okay, which is fine. So the members who have kids that are playing in these leagues believe they're already paying for, out of their general assessment to have these facilities here. And so, we always hear the argument mostly from soccer, I will say, that, oh, you're going to give us a member user fee per kid on the roster. And there's 1,800 kids on Reston Soccer's roster or something like that. 500 in baseball, 900 in Reston swim team, to just give you some idea. So, there's a point at which you say, okay, we're going to have them pay for a certain portion of what they do. And some of those organizations give back. Reston Baseball just gave us $20,000. Right. Reston, and all of them pay a non-member fee. So anybody on their roster that's not a member of Reston, they pay us a fee. So that's kind of a set thing. But to really look at this, a real holistic view, you almost have to look at what facilities are these different groups using, and what are the members paying out for those facilities that they're primarily using? Ball fields, baseball fields, soccer fields, pools. Pools are just different because we have to have a pool operator on site, to meet the letter of the law.
It's not just that you have to have clean water. You have to have a body there to make sure nobody drowns. Right.
So I mean, having a pass-through, certainly we can do that. And Reston swim team.
Are there non-resident?
They pay a non-resident.
Yeah, they pay like $80 per season, which is more than the ball fields, quite frankly.
Then can I ask you, in this community projects, there's also a line item for Reston Little League. Are we giving additional money to Reston Little League in addition to
Yes,
the
we
ball
are.
fields?
Yes.
Okay. So I will.
Let's save it. Let's not jump on it. I want to, if we can stay on aquatics for a second.
Okay, so I agree with Eve and the pass-through, but
Well,
I think
I mean,
if
if it's inconsistent, then that's not good. So it should be consistently applied. So what do you think? What is staff's recommendation? I mean,
yeah,
it's not that much money to
Yeah,
but
and if there's 900 members, then whoever's got the calculator handiest, what the pass-through would be per kid.
Is there already a financial transaction between the swim team association and RA?
They pay rental time, and then periodically they actually buy lane lines for some of the pools.
Okay, so that there's a mechanism to recoup it. Yeah.
Danielle just said it's $5 a kid.
Yeah, $4.55. So, see, I'm just confused with there's this, there's the fields, but Reston Little League's getting money.
We need a consistent strategy.
Reston football has got a lot of people.
Absolutely.
Maybe we let this one
Yep,
go
the
this
staff.
year, but we take an action item
strategy.
to kind of come up with a consistent policy
Yes.
on the organizations
Yes.
that use our facilities and what the
Mhm.
We're only talking
approach
about
might
16.
be.
Stay on 16, okay? I'm going to come back.
So-
And just to, I'm going to clarify a question council had. We're talking about 2016 numbers. We're not touching 17 at this moment in time because in theory, whatever you're deciding on 16, you know, we would probably pass over to 17. I'm going to come back to you in 16
Okay.
to talk about 17 because it is, you know, it's a financial plan that we're attempting to create a year and a half from now, you
Right.
know, for that, and things change in the world. So just understand that we're focused, we're talking about numbers
16.
tonight on 16 only.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other comments on this?
I'd like to take it out and then also look at a consistent strategy. I don't really want to be raising the dues that much, and this is a considerable amount of money. So I think that it wouldn't make a significant difference if we took it out of the budget. And again, I agree with everybody that we should definitely look at a consistent strategy for the future. But it is our responsibility to control the costs.
Mm-hmm.
So it's out, right?
I'm not quite sure
Yeah.
that that's what I heard, because I heard back and forth. So I think it's a,
Actually thought we would, well, where I last came out was leave it in, look at across the board
have a
and say,
consistent
let's,
approach.
and develop a consistent approach.
I agree.
That's where I am now.
And
That's
develop
right.
a plan for next year.
So I've
Yeah.
changed my position.
Yeah,
Right.
okay.
I agree.
Have we changed our position?
I don't-
Meaning all of us.
I think you're gonna have
So, let's see, without objection. Any
Without
other
objection?
comments?
I agree with Lucinda on that one. I'm still on the no side.
Without objection to what? What is the objection?
We're gonna leave it in?
Okay, without objection, I say leave it in.
Should we raise our hands? Should we vote?
I think
It's not really good.
it's not a
Oh,
real,
right, right, gotcha,
it's
gotcha,
a,
gotcha. I
just
you're
need
giving us
clarification.
direction.
Yeah.
I need to take this from a near direction to clear direction. So when I'm putting numbers together for the next iteration on Thursday, we've got clear direction.
I just need a clarification on the actual question for the.
You gonna leave
So,
it in or
leave
not?
it in the budget.
Leave it in the budget
Leave it
or
in
not?
or
Leave it
leave it
in.
in.
Can you vote? Raise your hand if you want to leave it in so I can get an idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Everyone
6.
except-
So
yeah.
6,
So it's in.
6,
out of the, okay, right.
It's in.
Seven.
So at the moment,
9.
we're going to leave it
Leave it
in.
in.
Okay.
Can I just ask about timing? How do you feel about our timing? For what?
As in
For
tonight.
tonight.
Well,
Well, that's one of the reasons why I sent around the table a
have
request for alternate date, additional dates.
No, I mean
No,
tonight.
for
I'm
tonight.
talking, right, because if we've got, I slated you until, thank you, 11 o'clock. That's why we did this, because I knew we would need it, hoping we could make it through. There's a lot here, more to cover. You've got another hour to go. So I guess you take an assessment at 10:55 or 10:50 as to what you want to do. If you want to pause at that time, pick up the rest, we can, okay?
How about giddy up and do all of it tonight?
And it's up to this group.
What's your assessment in terms of what we still have
How,
to do?
aside from aquatics, and which was probably your hardest, the hardest was the last, you have 5 other departments to go through. Remember, this was the hardest.
Let's not rush a budget.
It's entirely up to you all to do.
Let's get as far as we can. Let's proceed.
We'll do what we can to make a sound judgment. Let's move on.
Okay. Okay, boss?
Yes, go right
Okay.
ahead, please.
So the next one down on yellow, this has to do with scholarships. 6 of you said this is for aquatics programs. It's going to be similar to tennis. It's not just a single, it's a series of classes for a child or several children on this. 6 of you said leave it in. 2 of you said take it out.
So I would suggest that we be consistent with the way we handle the tennis, and let's develop a policy on how we're going to handle scholarships. So I believe we kept it in,
We did.
Yeah, we did.
and so we should keep it in.
Okay.
Any other comments? Without objection? We'll leave it in.
Okay,
Done.
so now let's go back to your two red items.
Got the reds.
Printing pamphlets, brochures, and flyers, and wages on call. They're two distinctly different items, so let's talk about printing pamphlets, brochures, schedules, all of this. You had a split vote 8-8, and I leave it to Larry and Mike Leone to have a conversation about what's best to do on this with printing, brochures, and all of this.
Yeah, the primary vehicle here is the pool schedule that people rely on. And I,
Pass that to
my
Sabrina.
only suggestion is that if we are going to change the pool
Wait,
schedule
wait. Eve.
dramatically next year,
Oh, Mike.
we're gonna pool, yeah, sorry, Sean. If we're gonna change the pool schedule dramatically or somewhat next year, in terms of, some pools are only gonna be open weekends, if that's a possibility, then I would recommend that we leave some money in here to do some printed pamphlets, because there are some people who do not go to the website to get the pool schedule. We have them available at the pools, and we can do perhaps a reduced amount and work with Mike on, doing it a little more inexpensively, perhaps. But if we're making wholesale changes to the schedule, we probably ought to have a printed one.
And Mike
Leave it
agrees
in?
with that.
Mm-hmm.
Suggestion of leaving it in.
Comments? Yes.
I will always defer to Larry, but Larry, aren't they issued in the, or are they issued in the magazine?
Mm-hmm.
So, and that magazine comes out 4 times a year? So you're just saying, how much money do you think is reasonable? Well, it's only 3,000, so it's whatever.
We haven't gotten to
Suggest.
the magazine yet.
Yeah.
Like, never mind. Is that
Never
what you
mind.
just said?
Well, and again,
Never mind.
Go for it.
Never mind, leave it,
Okay.
whatever Larry says.
Any other comments? Without objection?
Without objection would be to leave it in?
Leave it in?
Yes.
Okay, leave it in.
Okay. All right, second is wages on call, and this is for after-hours maintenance response.
Comments?
What does that mean?
Larry?
I can do it in one sentence. Somebody calls in, a pool goes down on Friday at 5:30.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we got an equipment problem. It doesn't get addressed until Monday.
Saturday morning.
Monday morning.
Monday morning.
Monday morning.
Monday morning.
And I would say if it were one of the
Monday
pools that is actively being used, that undermines value to the members, I say, we need it.
Right.
Keep it in.
As we
We would
discovered it, like,
strongly encourage you to keep this,
Okay.
quite frankly.
Okay.
But
Any other comments, folks?
Leave it in.
Leave
Okay,
it in.
without objection, leave it in?
Okay.
Green.
Okay, you are done with aquatics. So if you'd like to continue with the harder ones, we can go to camps. Excuse me? Yes.
I started passing the next one, so I'm going to.
Okay, so if we wanted to start from the bottom, the more complicated stuff going up
Right.
and do camps next, we should probably do
Might I
that.
suggest that since we have an hour left, perhaps our brains are getting a little mushy, maybe we do some easier ones to finish off the night?
It's up to you.
Easy or hard?
Finish.
None of them.
Let's see if we can get.
None of them, it's really kind of at this point, their
Not
hardest
easy.
one was aquatics.
Yeah.
Okay. never mind.
Okay, let's push ahead.
So what are we doing? What are we going to do? All right, why don't we start from where we left off, I guess?
Yes.
We'll just go back to the last one that we did was,
Communications would be next.
Communications.
communications is next?
And that's page.
We're looking forward to it.
Tell me when I hit it.
Well.
That's it?
Stop. Okay, yeah.
All righty.
Okay.
There you go.
Mike is like, great. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. All right, guys, ready?
Ready.
These are coming down. So this is communications. There's a lot of opportunity for discussion here. I do want to give Mike an opportunity to kind of talk about these items just as Laura did, because I think he does have some feelings on some of these. But the first one that there was consistent yes. The green item at the top, postage for new member welcome packets, you consistently said, yes, let's just keep that in the budget.
Consensus, okay.
Consensus.
Okay.
You have some red items, you have some yellow items. Let's go ahead and take the yellow items first. And I think what I'd like to do is take, if you don't mind, let's go ahead and talk about the annual report first. It's kind of an opposite direction than we've gone before. 5 of you consistently said no. 3 said yes. Mike, what is your thought on that? And then they can ask questions of you.
Sure. So all I can speak to is what I know from the previous year's annual report, which I think is pretty consistent with what's been done historically. But when we look at the total number of actual annual reports that get printed, they're a pretty time-consuming item to actually develop from a production standpoint. Last year, we printed 800 annual reports. So we don't do a lot distribution-wise with it. We do post it on the website, but in terms of the actual major cost of this, the 4,100, it really was for the printing of 800 of them, which my understanding was the board each got a copy of the annual report, and then we make them available in member services for any member who wants to pick up a copy. So distribution's extremely limited. My guess is we're probably sitting in a closet another 2,000, probably, maybe 350 or 400 of these are still sitting around from last year. So this is not, from my perspective, a great investment for us at 4175. Recognizing that there probably is a need for an annual report in some form, but that could be done either in an online format or some other way, even with potentially video.
Okay. Questions? Eve?
What is the staff time to produce it?
What was that? I'm sorry.
What is the staff time to produce it? Which is, I mean, the printing cost is one thing, but staff time is
labor intensive.
It's pretty labor intensive. It's a considerable amount of time. I'd say it's probably, we will already start thinking now about what we want that piece to look like,
right,
so that we can begin to build it out. Plugging the numbers in isn't the difficult part. It's writing all the copy and going back over kind of the year's highlights that we want to feature. So it's a good 2-month project to get it completed.
You know,
still have to write it though.
Right.
Right, yeah.
The content's still there, it's just a matter of how we display it and make it available to members.
You still have to have an annual report. So you got to write it.
I recall when we were doing the district meetings, the annual reports were laid out.
Came
And
up
I
as-
had a lot of people say to me, why are we spending all this money on this flashy, beautiful, it's beautiful, but why are we spending money on that?
No.
I'd say web and leave it at that.
It's not uncommon in the nonprofit world these days to be moving away from very expensive, high gloss annual reports.
Any other comments?
I like what the man says, and I think we go along with what Mike's suggesting.
Okay.
Agreed.
So without objection?
Without objection, take it
out.
out.
Take it out.
Good. Okay, now, let's go to trail maps and Reston maps. Let's take, you can either talk about them together or separately. Both of you, or 6 of you said yes, let's keep it. 2 of you said no, let's take it out. Okay.
Do you want to go around the room, Ellen, or just?
I don't know, Mike, did you have anything?
The only thing I just wanted to mention is we, on an annual basis with the trail maps, usually reprint trail maps once a year, usually about 3,500 copies. We do 4 different trail maps because we have 4 different trails. So, but most of it in this case is just the printing of those maps. And we'll actually be looking at how we will do these more efficiently even than this. I do think that we can see a little bit of savings in this line because a lot of our maps, traditionally, we've been doing some internal printing of those maps. I think we can actually do a little better if we do some outsourced printing on maps. And that's on the trail maps.
I use these extensively with clients.
Okay.
They love them. They love the Reston maps. I mean, I buy them in bulk. Actually, I
Mhm.
a couple hundred a pop. They just, everybody loves them. I use them, in a pre-meetings with clients. We sit down and I say, these are the neighborhoods and this is, and they mark them as they go along, so yeah. I mean, in my experiences, it's just a super popular item.
Mhm. So as a realtor, other realtors also purchase these maps?
I have no idea what other realtors do. I just know that I do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I
To your knowledge,
they
Mike?
wouldn't let me steal them from the.
Yeah, the trail maps we don't charge for, we make them available for free.
Okay.
The actual Reston maps, and to my knowledge, I don't think you can get a Reston map from anybody other than us. So, I mean, it is a unique
Museum
kind of
copy.
service that we offer with our map. And we don't make a lot on them, but we don't do a lot of sales, marketing, and promotion of them. People come into member services, they'll pick up a map.
Mhm.
We'll actually give away more of the maps because we'll include them in the new welcome packets that go out to members. Any packets that we provide to realtors or corporations with new employees moving into the community will include the Reston maps with that. I do think there's an opportunity, and this goes back to some of the larger discussion we had even about the Home Expo. I do think we have an opportunity to look at some offset on the cost of things like these maps moving forward, because I think we'll have realtors and others in the community that might consider actually sponsoring those maps. We've never really sold that map space before.
Even if you were just putting like, Home Depot could, have a branded pinpoint, or, just like.
Right, yeah, like
This
you do
isn't the
hospitals.
Reston map versus the trail
The Reston map. The
Right.
Reston
Right,
map.
yeah.
Yeah, the trail maps,
I do think you need to have a distinct
Right.
conversation between the two.
I can't imagine not having the trail maps. I just think that would be crazy.
I suggest we leave them both in and we let Mike take a run at doing better.
You're here.
Yep,
Agreed.
You took the
Yep.
words right out of my mouth.
let's move on.
So without exception, we'll leave it in?
Yes.
Both of them. Both in.
Yes.
We'll leave it in.
Okay.
Both of
We'll
them.
leave them in.
Okay, so let's go back up to the postage, welcome packets to realtors and businesses. 3 of you said yes, 3 of you said no, 2 of you had another answer, or for some reason didn't respond. So have discussion. I know that there are questions around that, so I think that's a good opportunity to whoever had a no or had a question, go for it.
Okay.
I actually had a no on
Okay.
this because I come in and pick them up. I mean, it's the same thing. I walk in, get a handful, say hi.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I wouldn't mail them.
Was
They're
this
damn
just
heavy.
postage or the
Yeah, that
cost
was my
of
This is
question.
for the,
creating the
This is
package?
this is
postage.
postage.
Just postage?
Yes,
Correct.
yeah.
I said no.
Big, heavy
85.
things,
But
man.
when spending
Well,
the
I
mail,
mean,
Yeah.
You need to go around the
Yeah.
room, just a succinct
Yeah.
conversation.
Anything else?
there.
no.
Okay. Ray?
I'm on the fence on that. I'll listen to everybody else.
Okay. Ken?
Leave it in.
Mike?
I said leave it in, but I want to defer to our realtors who
Yeah.
are much closer to this.
That doesn't mean you shouldn't mail it to Bechtel. I mean,
Yeah.
I just said I wouldn't mail it to real estate agents.
Jeff?
I think with the new developments coming in, especially with the strategy that we have, I think that, we're going to be hurting ourselves long-term if we're not getting and reaching out to the new developers and the new developments coming in. I think we need to be actively and aggressively pitching the Reston brand out there. It's not that much money, and again, looking 10 years from now, we're going to have a certain window where we're going to start capturing those people coming in.
Yeah.
And now's not the time to be cutting back on that market share.
Yeah.
Well
Okay.
said.
Trying to capture it, yeah.
Lucinda?
I agree that we should be marketing the association and membership pretty heavily right now, but I think that we could look for other strategies than mailing welcome packets. I'm sure that we're courting the new developments, the developers, and we're meeting with them in person, and that we could bring them, bring them a welcome packet in person, which would be much more effective than mailing something.
Mhm.
So I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I was going to say exactly what Lucinda said, so. no.
Okay. Danielle?
I was going to defer to Eve and Ray to see how useful this was.
It's a great package.
But it doesn't mean we have to mail it.
Mail.
That's my.
Yeah, I mean, that is.
Yeah, let's maybe find a better way to do it, but we need to
Right.
get it out
I
there.
agree. I mean, I mean,
Even in rental places like the Harrison, it would be a good thing. A lot
But I
of these
would-
people are gonna be homeowners at some point. They
We're
better
not saying
know the
don't give it to
community.
them, we're just saying don't mail it.
That's what I'm saying, leave it at the desk there.
And if
Yeah,
I give you
yeah.
the benefit of what Mike and his team just did last weekend,
right, what'd you do?
what do we typically do now?
So, I guess a good example, as many of you know, the chamber really doesn't act in the role of that sort of welcome wagon that used to happen in the past, where you would go to the chamber's local office and you could go and you could pick up maps and brochures galore about the community. That doesn't exist anymore. So what's happened, Jeff, to your point, is by de facto, Reston Association really has become kind of that welcome wagon for the community. So we are getting requests now. I mean, ironically, the chamber calls us and asks us for packets of materials that they can give out to new members. So there is a demand for it, and along with using them to support individuals or companies that are new and coming in, we've even used them as effectively as last weekend. I want to make sure I had the date right, but the Harrison just had their block party this past weekend, which was really just kind of a welcome day for their new residents, and invited us to be a part of that. So it was an opportunity. Now, they're not necessarily members, all of them, but we went over there and everybody got a kit that wanted a kit that had general information about the community. And again, the other opportunity for us, and this is kind of where the strategic piece kind of ties together again, if you're familiar with our website layout, we've got a section that's called Around Reston. That's a huge marketing and sales opportunity for us. So what we can be doing is leveraging and tying individual businesses that want to be in that Around Reston piece, and then tie it to the welcome packets. And again, there's an opportunity then, an advertiser or a business could be paying for exposure in both locations on our website and in the welcome packet. So there's some revenue opportunity I think we can drive out of this as well. But I think more importantly, the demand is there. We're getting asked for those kits and we're using them.
What are we voting on?
But my question is, do you need the postage dollars?
Yeah.
I think we all agree with the,
Right.
With the package.
with the packet.
Yeah.
But do you need the postage dollars?
Do we
to do
need?
your job?
Or is this
To mail,
number
do we need
also include
$8,500?
the creation of the package?
I mean, we're sending some of them out. I think the main thing is as long as we've got the kits available and we tell people if they want to come pick them up here, I think that's fine.
And we've been doing some hand delivery as well.
Yeah,
That person-to-person delivery.
That touch is good,
So I think that kind of to help the board, do you feel like you have to have that
85.
8,300?
85.
85.
85. Yeah, 85.
85, gosh, that's what happens with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you need to have it?
Amount of postage.
I think we could probably do with lower than that in postage,
Okay.
like 3,500. And then we've got some money for postage should we need some to mail them. Because the kits are heavy.
Yeah.
So they're not, we're not talking about mailing
Yeah.
49 cents.
Yeah.
There's 6,000 for postage for new member welcome packets, so there is money for postage.
The new member packets are different from
That's
the welcome packets.
And the second
They're
one
two
is-
different.
So do
two
we want to
different
put this on
packages.
hold and Mike will come back with a new
No,
number?
he said 35. He just said
He
35.
said take it down to 35.
35?
Right?
Okay.
Right,
Is that what
yeah,
we heard?
35.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So without objection, 3,500 for postage.
Sure.
Sure. Finally got a trim.
Okay.
Moving right along.
Moving along.
Giddy up.
You've got the Reston magazine. 4 of you said yes on both postage and printing. Actually, it's identical, kind of
Yeah.
identical voting on both of these. So Talk about it.
And I had submitted a question, I think.
Yeah, okay. Dan?
Is there
Mike,
value?
you want to speak first, or you want?
I'll start with questions.
Okay.
Is there any value to doing it 3 times versus 4 times? It's 4 times a year, right?
It's quarterly.
Quarter.
Do you lose anything by going to 3 or 2? I don't want to diminish. It's a beautiful, beautiful magazine.
So let me start by reminding everybody, this is my 100th day. So I'm still kind of going through the assessment process, especially around Reston Magazine. Magazine publication, whenever a new editor kind of comes in, sort of takes a step back and you look at that publication, you look at how frequently it's produced, how many pages you're producing, what's the cost to produce it, and frankly, what's the return on the investment to produce it. So for me, it's still kind of a little early on in the process, but I definitely believe that a quarterly is the right way to go. I think if we go any less frequent than quarterly and we go to 3 times a year, I think it becomes very difficult for the reader who's used to getting it to know, is it that, especially when you start cutting thirds.
Yeah.
I think that becomes difficult for a reader of a subscription magazine. So I think quarterly is important, that we at least remain consistent with that.
It's not attractive to advertisers either. If you just,
What was that, Council?
Thirds.
3 times a year is not very attractive to an advertiser either.
Right, exactly. And we're already making changes around editorial content in the magazine. We've started doing that with the issue that just came out, and we're starting to look at, again, how does the content in the magazine support kind of the strategic initiatives of the association, but also help align the content in the magazine so that we can help drive advertising revenue. Because as you probably know, up to now, and this is one of the issues even around the cost of producing the magazine, is that the current practice has always been that we'll take articles from anybody who wants to submit them. So whether it's an organization, whether it's an elected official, whomever, anybody can submit an article. So if you look at our trend with the magazine, some quarters we're publishing 100 pages. The first quarter of this year, we actually published 138 pages. So that causes fluctuations even in our budget costs around the magazine. So what we're actually doing is we'll continue to accept articles from anybody who wants to submit them, but we're really becoming more strategically focused around these are the articles we want to feature in each issue. So that, for example, our first quarter issue for next year, and this probably, it doesn't seem rocket science, but the issue comes out in January, the 3rd week. That's always health and wellness for most people, right?
Right.
So it's a huge opportunity for us to target our articles in the magazine around ways that you can utilize RA amenities and facilities for your health and wellness. But at the same time, it's a great advertising niche to go after chiropractors, doctors, healthcare providers. That's not something we've ever really done before, where we've tried to align quarterly content with advertising sales. So that should really help drive us, I think, moving forward on our ad sales, and also begin to start putting some structure around what's the right size for the magazine moving forward. Is it 100 pages? Is it are we looking for blockbuster issues? Does that really matter?
Like spring, you were talking about the home and garden and vendors.
And the home and garden, so that, yeah, absolutely. So we've already laid out our whole kind of 2016 editorial calendar for the magazine, but that will give us that opportunity to now really be able to go out there and start raising ad sales for those issues, because we can go out to somebody like a Home Depot now and say, we're doing a Home and Garden Expo in April. You can advertise, and that magazine's going to be out there for 3 months in April, May, and June.
Yeah. So why don't we go around? Jeff, your thoughts?
I got to tell you, I get grief from members about the value of a big glossy magazine that comes out every quarter. I was kind of interested to know what type of cost it is to the association versus the revenue that's coming in.
Yeah.
And so, we're spending $90,000 to reach and get our message out to our members, and we're using the magazine as a vehicle to do that. I guess the question I think we need to ask is is that the best way to spend $90,000 for the quarterly publication of a glossy magazine? And that doesn't include staff time to develop, edit, and do all that type of stuff. This is just cost of printing and sending it out. So I'm probably on the no.
Okay.
Right now, just on the whole magazine thing, I need to be sold on it a little better. Yeah, if we can recoup more money through better ads and stuff, maybe, but that's an expensive way to get our message out. We have a lot of other mechanisms to do it.
Okay. Lucinda?
I agree with Jeff. I hear a lot of grief about the magazine as well and the costs. And I didn't realize that we were spending $90,000 on it. I thought we recouped all of the money, the cost through the advertising. So I'm leaning towards no. I think we have a lot of other ways to reach our members. And honestly, I never even knew what the magazine was. It would come. I think it was junk mail, and I would throw it out. And for years. And then one year my friend asked me about tennis lessons, and I went on the website to find the Reston Association tennis lessons, could not find them anywhere, went to the RCC, got the Reston magazine, could not find it, and finally figured out where the tennis lessons were in that magazine because it was completely disorganized and didn't make any sense to me whatsoever. So I just personally don't see a value in it. I know some people really like it, but I don't know if the majority of the membership find that much of a value in it.
If I can add one other thing to note, I'm hoping you all know this, but it's important to remember that it's not just the advertising revenue that goes along with the magazine, but the back half of the magazine is really about promoting our RA programs. So it really serves as kind of a program guide / magazine. So it is the #1 way that our Parks and Recreations folks actually promote camps and events at the nature center. So that's the potential revenue at risk there if we're not at least publishing something that has a program guide in it.
Yeah, okay, that's right. I forgot about that. That is a primary way that we get the message out.
I'll let Larry and then Julie.
Don't have the mic. I can talk real loud, Sean? Sure. Does that work? Yes. Just real quick. So many of you recall the former A to Z guide, which was our program guide, right? And then the magazine came out. And so, my staff, you've probably heard from various ones of them over the years, when the A to Z guide went away and our program guide got buried, that's the term they use, in the magazine, we had a harder time selling our programs and getting the notice. And I credit Mike very recently has made a much bolder banner across the top and restructured it somewhat. But that is a really, really important piece for us to sell our programs. And you know how many programs we do. You just flip through the back part of the magazine and you'll see we need a way to get that out. And our primary ways are RA News, the website, and the magazine.
Yeah, I changed back because I forgot we don't do the A to Z guide anymore.
Exactly.
And that is the primary mechanism for marketing that stuff.
Julie?
Yeah.
I had asked a couple questions, and I don't know if you have any of those answers yet. Kate, on this item, I want to point out that there's 2 line items, one again being postage, and one being the magazine itself. I know that we had some cost savings by delivering them to the apartments rather than having the postal service mail them. I believe when I had asked the question a couple months ago about selective receipt, to opt in or opt out of receipt of that magazine, the postal expenses were going to be rather high to have the post office just deliver it to those who opted for a paper copy. So I kind of like to explore options on, do we mail them all or do we not?
Well, we're already not mailing them all because we've started reducing that. I know, like over the last, I want to say 2 or 3 quarters, we've been dropping them in larger, like apartment buildings, places like that, so we're not doing mailing. So we've reduced those mailing costs. Here's the challenge, and it really ties back to advertising, because if our goal and our strategy is really going to be about driving more ad sales revenue out of the magazine in the hopes that we can then start really offsetting the cost of
Realize
it,
then you have to
you
distribute
got to
more.
get it to an address.
Right,
And
I know
for
that.
an advertiser. And so that's the biggest challenge.
Right, I know that. One of my other questions a number of months ago was, could we just discontinue it? And Kate, you had said to me at the time that there were some commitments that we had from a policy standpoint that we had to communicate information to our memberships. And that was how we fulfilled that obligation, was through that magazine.
So to piggyback on that, one of the requirements in the Commonwealth of Virginia with the Property Owners Association Act is that we do need to inform our members of decisions of this body, policy changes of this body. And there's a primary mechanism to do that, and that is by mailing that. So 4 times a year, I'm guaranteed, and it's buried at the back of the magazine, but it's done, is all of you, if you look at your magazine, all of your actions for that past quarter are listed there. So I am fulfilling our legal obligation to do that.
And I wanted to make that point, that there is a purpose that it also serves for us. I like the magazine. I think it's great. It's something I show people about Reston that represents all the good things. I think that we can make it that much better of a document, to your point. So my vote would be leave it in, knowing that our goal is to reduce the ratio of cost to and look at ways we can. And if it's not a glossy item, fine. If there's other ways you can do that, but to make it really more targeted to support our mission and our vision.
Yeah, to add to something, I do want to make a direct link to that magazine, welcome packets, and being the visitor center for Reston.
Yes.
Bechtel is a perfect example. They moved 800 jobs here. They came to us, asked us to produce a welcome packet. What was the key item that was in that welcome packet that caught their attention? That magazine.
It's beautiful.
Because they're trying to move their employees this direction and attract them. So I'm using it from Fredericksburg to Reston. So we're using that as a tool.
It's a marketing tool.
It's a marketing tool. And Mike is working very closely. One of the first things he noticed after the issue came out is because, where are we in this magazine? And he's absolutely right. Larry's team was like ecstatic. He was like, oh my, how many years have gone by and we haven't been able to be the focus. It's going to have more of a Reston Association focus with a Reston flavor to it. But there's a whole new approach that's going to be taken with that, especially with generating revenue, because it could have been managed better. And this is one of those business process things that we're changing. And it will be managed better now.
And that's where I think on the revenue piece, we're really playing catch up. That's really what we're trying to do. We're trying to get to where we probably should have been going for the last few years.
Danielle?
I love the magazine, and I think we need to give Mike another year or two to fine tune it. That's it.
Okay, Mike.
I echo those comments. I think that it's a valuable program guide. It provides information on decisions that we've taken. In terms of the budget, do we adjust these figures for postage and printing? That's really what this conversation, for me, it's in, but do we adjust those figures in light of where we are today and where we might be in the future? So that's the only question I have.
Eve?
You
want to answer that, Mike?
I would say, with no historical significance to work from myself, all that I can be comfortable with is what I know our true costs are today. And these costs that are here are based on what it's costing us today to mail and to print it. So to take a reduction in the hopes that we're gonna make that and more up on the revenue side, I'm not personally comfortable
Holding
with.
to it for 2017.
Right, I
Well,
would say
yeah.
a year from now, it's a whole
Yeah.
other conversation.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Eve?
A couple questions. Do we know how many publications were replaced by the magazine? Because the program guide costs money to print, obviously. And it seems to me there was other stuff that used to come out.
Yeah, two.
2 publications? Okay.
Reston Resource and.
Right, I knew there was another one. Okay.
Good memory.
Okay, but I would say this, the mailing addresses that you mail to need to be cleaned up, and I know this because I'm a member and I'm a real estate agent, and as an agent, I have 2 mailing addresses. I have my primary brokerage office, and I have my little office down on Lake Ann. And so what happens in the system, Kate, is you register those addresses as the brokerage addresses. So when I sign on to buy disclosure packages for my clients, I sign on as an agent, and it lets me do that. But I get the magazine at all 3 locations.
Okay.
And so clearly the mailing list could use a little work, because I think it's just important at this expense to not be,
Database cleanup, good.
Okay.
database cleanup, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Ken?
I agree with Danielle's comments. I think it is an asset. Many of the people that I talk to think it's a great document. Many of the people I talk to don't have computers, smartphones, they have a jitterbug. And so reading these things is critical to them, my father included. So I think it is a wonderful asset, and I say we give Mike the opportunity to identify that unrecognized revenue that's out there and give him some time to do that. And I suspect he's got the ability to manage costs as well. So I leave it to staff. Keep it in.
Okay. So that's a yes. Okay. Ray?
The magazine is a big asset. It's going to be a much bigger asset and a very important part. It's a part of our culture and who we are. I've had the advantage of actually talking and working with Mike a little bit on this very issue the last couple of months. And I assure you he's on the right track. And if anybody can, talk about bringing this magazine to life, making it more relevant, categorizing it better, making it more organized, the presentation needs to change. It needs to be more focused. It needs to be scaled down. He's well aware of all this, and he is working on all this. This should not be a piece of junk mail. And a lot of people, when I say what Lucinda said, they get offended by it. It is true. A lot of people just junk it. It should be something that people look forward to receiving. I've talked to Mike about this. Why is it that sports fans look forward to Sports Illustrated and read it cover to cover within 1 hour every Thursday? But 99 out of 100 magazines they get, they just might take a quick peek and then toss it out. We have to have it more geared to our members, that they want to read it. It's relevant. The things are categorized in a certain way that they know in a certain section of the magazine they will see certain things. All of this is going to make it more popular, and the more popular you make it, the more you can charge advertisers, the more advertisers are going to want to be part of it. Because as of right now, we're woefully short of where we should be on revenue for advertising, but quite frankly, for most advertisers, it doesn't make sense. They're not convinced of the readership, and the magazine's too big, too thick, too deep. I don't want my ad sitting on page 41 in the upper right-hand corner, and it doesn't make any sense. But go back to Sports Illustrated. Somebody's reading an article, Nike's got full-page ads all over the place because they know it's going to be looked at, and it's going to be looked at by the kind of people that they want to see it. Mike knows all these things. It's going to take time, but he will get there, and each quarterly edition will be better than the quarterly edition that was previous. I have faith in him to do that.
So that's a yes?
So stay with it.
Okay, good. So without objection, I think we have 8 yes, and we have 1 no.
So without objection, we're leaving it
Yes,
in?
yes.
Okay, so let me just take a peek at the next one because I think it is finance. And I think Robert definitely has some comments for you. So, and that might make your conversation between now and 11 quick. And then I say, I recommend that you pause until your next section. How many do we have left after that? Three after that.
You want to know which ones they are?
Let's go ahead with Robert's.
Okay.
And so as they come around, you have, you see in there are 2 reds, 2 yellows. The first 2 on the red are split, and the 2 at the bottom, you have yes, yes, leave in. So I'm going to let Robert talk about the yellow first, and then he'll talk about the red.
Right, professional support, another. We started with a budget of 11,000. This is kind of category where you don't know and you hope you don't use it. So I trimmed it down to and offered up $5,000. It's something that we're not sure we're going to use, but it's there in case we need to use it. It's one of those items where you hope you don't use. Likewise, with staff training and development, I think the budget started at about 9, so it's down to 6 if this 3 gets taken. So that's why I offered it up. So to me, they're items where I think we can survive without it. I don't plan on using professional and technical support, but it's an item that's there if it's needed, because if we need something on those lines, I want to be able to use it. So I'm fine if you guys vote to take no out on the 5,000, because I've already got 6 remaining over there.
Okay.
And then likewise on the staff training and development, there's already some budget left over there, and I want to have a look at other possibilities of actually free training. There's a lot of Excel free training out there that we can leverage. So I'm okay if we take out the 2 yellow.
So we can take those 2 out?
Yeah.
The yellow?
You guys good with that?
Okay. Any
Wait a
comments?
minute, yeah, comments first.
No,
Hold
we
on,
object.
hold on now.
Oh, hold on.
that. Wait.
What?
No, just a
Yeah,
second. Wait
yeah.
till they go around the
Yeah.
room first. Without objection.
I wanted to make this quick.
I know.
Not that quick, though.
Just to make sure
Yeah.
everybody's okay with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you say you don't need it.
Well, I hope I don't need it. I'm good professional side, but I've still got a little bit there if I do. So.
No comment.
Okay, Julie?
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Danielle?
Double thank you.
Okay, Mike?
Violent thank you.
Appreciate your candor. Thank you.
Okay. Eve?
I'm good.
Ken?
You sure, Commodore?
So again?
Are you sure?
Yeah. Ray?
I love the authenticity, and I really appreciate that. It will pay dividends in the long run.
So without objection, we'll take those 2 out.
Okay.
Yep. There you go. Head up to the red.
Okay, up to the red. Back over to you,
Red.
sir.
I'll start with the overtime. So that's a real small amount there. Hopefully we don't need to use it. It's one of those budget items where you hope you don't need to use. I'm planning to have the team focused in areas where they can leverage better processes and get done on areas in a different way and not look to overtime. I think we can do without that, and that's why I've put that on there. It is a small amount. Who knows what we may need it for? It's one of those items that when you don't have, you're like, oh, geez, I wish I had it. But I think the overtime would really only be for our hourly employees within the department, and I think we can work around it, and that's why I've put it on the list.
Okay, so you want to stay in, or you want to
I'm okay if it gets taken out.
taken out? Okay.
Well, no, I didn't hear that.
Repeat it again, Robert.
Did
You
you
said
say
you're
both of
okay.
them?
He's okay taking it
I'm
out.
okay to take it out.
Okay, all right.
Overtime only.
Ray, you want to start with you? And
Yes, I definitely think we leave overtime in there. I'm kind of leaning to yes on the first one too, but I'm not so strong that I can't be convinced otherwise.
okay, all right. Ken?
Having done a gazillion budgets, I think you've got to protect yourself a little bit. So I'm recommending, I appreciate your willingness to do it.
I think I can have people work in a smarter way.
I understand.
And that's the idea. But yeah, I mean, it's a small amount. If we keep it in and something goes wrong, then I've got it to use it. But hopefully I don't need to use it.
I say keep it in.
Both of
Okay.
them.
Eve?
I'd say leave it in.
Okay.
Don't need
Mike?
it, great.
I think we're just talking about overtime.
We're just talking about
Just
overtime.
Overtime.
Right.
I'm okay leaving it in.
Leave it in?
I would
Okay,
just,
let me, Danielle?
I'd like to talk to both points,
Mhm.
in that no one ever really cares about accounting unless something goes wrong. So I think you really need your overtime and your additional help during seasonal rush.
Okay, good. Julie?
I vote for leaving them in as an insurance policy. I appreciate that you gave us 8,000 back. I'm willing to let you keep the insurance policy to buffer.
Okay. All right. Lucinda?
No comment.
Yeah.
I'm okay
Jeff?
with keeping it in. I think you ought to give yourself that flexibility.
So without objection, is that just one or two that we're leaving in?
Two.
Two?
Sounds like two.
Okay.
We might change our mind in a few weeks, but.
Robert, thank you so much for
Well
your
done. Thank you.
generosity. You're a pleasure, yeah.
You
to
are
work
so
with.
fast.
Yep.
Okay, and how many do we have left for the next time around? Unless you guys want to continue and knock them out, it's up to you.
15.
Three.
We have three.
Do you care what they are?
So the next one is corporate and board,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, yes.
It's up to you.
Let's do
Do
it.
you want to do
Wanna keep
let's do
going?
it one at a time. Corporate and board. Here we go.
Okay. Everyone on board? with-
The one that was all green.
Okay.
That would have been way smarter.
Okay, corporate and board.
Maybe that the one left can be a conference call.
Giddy up.
Yep, I'm just waiting for him to go around the room. Yep, okay. So corporate and board. The first one that has been that you've got three yellow. The yellow are community projects, legal services, professional and technical support. Let's start with the top on community projects. So there are things that we contribute to for our visibility in the community. One is IPAR. We are one of the founding members of IPAR, and I want to be careful of giving you exact amounts as to who do we give to who. I did not bring those with me. That was a question that was asked, and I will get those to you later.
Okay.
But we are a major sponsor of IPAR. We are a major sponsor of Cornerstone's Best of Reston. We are a major sponsor of the Chamber Ethics Day program with South Lakes High School.
Mm-hmm.
We are a sponsor of the Reston Historic Trust Home Tour program. We are a sponsor of Herndon High School Baseball, Reston Little League, Lake Ann Ukulele Festival,
Actually, the Jazz and Blues.
Jazz and Blues Festival. I couldn't remember which one
Jazz
we
and
do for
Blues.
Lake Ann. Jazz and Blues, not the ukulele, sorry. We are a sponsor of Dulles Rail Corridor Association, South Lakes and Herndon High School all-night grad parties. So that is what comprises that budgeted amount. 6 of you wanted to keep that in.
And
2 of
two.
you said no.
Okay. Okay, comments? Let me start there. Jeff?
You know, I think we ought to look, I'd like to know what we give to who, because I think it's worth looking at. Sorry.
So you mean how much we give to each?
Breakdown.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
okay.
kind of want
Okay,
a breakdown.
all right. Lucinda?
Yeah, I think that we've been meeting for a long time and a lot of us are tired. And that this is something that we should definitely have a discussion about. I
Okay.
think I would like to stop the meeting and reconvene at a different time.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think that we should talk about it.
Yeah. Why don't we go around the room? Do we want to continue or do we want to, Ray?
As much as I'd like to finish tonight,
Okay. Ken?
these things, they require a lot of concentration. We got some big ones coming up behind here, and we're in a similar situation as we were before. You know, the yeses and nos are getting a lot too hasty for my taste here. I'd like to see more thought.
So you'd like to discontinue?
Yes.
Okay. Ken?
I'm all for continuing, but I'm fine.
Eve?
Well, I would like to finish this one, but if people are done,
Yeah,
then that's
they're
fine.
tired.
I'd like to finish this, and I want to be respectful of the agenda.
Okay.
We said we're going to finish at 11, so.
Okay. I
I'd like
know.
to finish this one.
Julie?
Finish this one.
Just this one.
I think to respect my other board members, we said till 11, let's finish this.
Okay, good. All
Agreed.
right. Lucinda, Jeff, you good?
Yep,
Until 11?
Finish this one, yep.
Okay, yes.
Are we having, still
We're going
going on
around the
discussion?
table.
Discussion on,
Yes, yes.
on community
Do you have an
projects.
idea?
Can you come back to me?
Sure, okay. Julie?
I agree with Jeff, it would be useful to have a breakdown. I think this kind of falls in that same category where we talked earlier tonight about having an idea of a consistent policy on whether it be charity or sponsorships or
Right,
whatever,
I like
so
that.
I'd kind of like to have that
Mhm.
same sense here. I think it's good that we do support community projects, and these are things, when I think about Reston Town Center and the things they do, here's things we do
Mhm.
that reflect our community, that is above and beyond an RTC approach, so.
You've heard it all tonight. So I would like to summarize this and for you guys to come back to us. Because there are a lot of things that, we participate in that I don't see anywhere.
Okay.
And I'm just wondering if they should be there.
Just one little view of all those things.
Mike?
I voted no, and I voted no primarily because I wanted to know what the strategy was. I think that if we support something, I wanted to ensure that we get the benefit from it and not someone else. And so I think having the strategy would be very helpful.
Okay. Eve?
Yeah, obviously, I think these are really important because, and I'll just take the one that I actually know about, which would be the Lake Ann, the Jazz and Blues Festival. So that festival is put on really essentially by the organization that runs the open air market. And it gained a sponsor, really. I think it was RCC. What happened was through the organization, they booked serendipitously a Grammy winner, and it got the attention of RCC, and so they said, hey, you know what? I think we should be a sponsor because here's what happens in communities with community organizations. Everybody wants. I mean, if something good has happened, they want your name attached.
You want to be a part of
right?
it.
And it's a good way to extend your capability, right?
Sure,
Because
absolutely.
you've got somebody else's feet are on the street, right?
Yeah.
Putting together the festival and pulling it, and doing all the stuff. And so, so I think it's really important for us to have an active, visible role in these kinds of things because we're leaders in the community, and so if fun stuff is happening, we should want Reston Association's name on it.
Okay. Ken, thank you.
Leave it in. I would increase the amount. It's all about getting our brand out there, and it's a very powerful mechanism to do it. So I agree with Eve.
Okay, Ray?
I'm pretty much on board with Ken here. We need, this is great stuff. We need to heavily promote this much more so than we do now. More worrisome to me than getting a cost breakdown of each thing, a description of how we're promoting each thing is much more important to me, because these are all, have huge benefits, huge upside to us to do this.
So I can tell you, on the music festival, there's a banner, Reston Association is named on it, and,
Booth.
Yeah, it gets lost in this little,
Yeah. No, I know.
stating things, 12 things with a comma. If we know what each one of these are and what they do, I mean, Reston Little League, stuff like this is big.
Yeah.
Cornerstones, it's big. We need to get out there and let people know what we're doing. iPart, big. All of them individually, they're worth a lot. At $27,000 for the whole kit and caboodle, that's, if we do it right, it's definitely worth doing.
So am I hearing yes, but we want a breakdown, is that correct?
Yes.
Sounds like it.
So without objection, yes, but we need breakouts.
Done.
Okay.
Okay, down to the next yellow item, legal representation at Board Operating Committee. 5 of you said yes, you wanted to keep that. 3 of you said no.
Is there also legal at governance?
No.
Just at ops?
Does this include the board meetings too?
Nope, this
Where's
is just
that?
board
Just
operations.
Oh,
Board
this is
legal-
just what was.
This is,
okay.
but I would highly recommend that you not take away
No.
legal from your board meetings. So
No.
I just want to put that on the table. But there's a question
Yeah.
about board operations that I saw come up while I was on vacation. So I thought I would put that on the table for your discussion.
Okay. Why don't we start with Jeff?
We definitely want our attorneys at our side when we're dealing with official business.
Say it again, we can't hear you.
We
Dan.
definitely want them at our side.
Okay, I think so too.
Yes, keep them in.
Yeah. Lucinda?
$24,000 is a lot of money. Some of the members who live in my district make that much a year. And I would like to see us reduce the budget a little, and legal fees is a huge portion of our budget, so I would say take it out.
Okay. Julie?
I'm presuming that the 24,000 is an billable, hourly billable kind of, and it's based on what we've seen, we've spent in years past, being new to the board ops meetings. I would suggest that we try to keep them shorter, and that would help us all in many ways.
Yes. That is entirely up to the committee members.
That's right. We are the driver of the length of time. Yes. Anything else?
No.
Danielle? So is that a yes from you?
That's a yes.
Okay.
Keep it in.
Ken, what is your opinion?
There's no conflict.
There's no pro bono.
I serve at the discretion of the board.
You
Okay.
serve, you serve at the pleasure of the board.
Okay, it
Danielle.
averages about 2,000 a meeting. I think we should keep it in. but
Okay.
shorten our meetings.
Well, we're the driver of that.
That's right.
No,
Okay,
we're not.
Mike?
I voted no in part because I wanted to have a discussion. I think we need to decide what kind of representation we need and when. So
So you still know?
I'm going to say no. Just
Okay. Eve?
I guess my question would be, is it necessary at the ops meeting? Because here's my thinking, is if we really land on the wrong side of something in the operations meeting, he's there at the board meeting to go, what the heck were you thinking? Because we're at the operations meeting is,
You're setting the agenda for the
you're
board.
setting the agenda for the board meeting. And so
precisely.
In some ways.
Exactly. Yeah.
I understand it's a little
Yeah.
preventative maintenance, but, or,
But that's, once again,
That's
it's
all.
really up to the board.
yeah, I'm just saying that, I mean, because you're not at governance, right, and you're not at, so I mean, you know, I
Governance
could
goes
go,
to ops before it comes to the board.
Right.
So there's at least checks and balances.
that's
And
true, that's true.
Some of the meetings that I've just been in thus far, there's been some things that I have found it very useful to have had him there
Absolutely.
to
Oh,
weigh
I
in.
think,
yeah.
look at, I don't question the value of Mr. Chadwick's presence at all. I've had, too many good
So-
interactions, so I'm
Is that a
fine.
yes?
I'm fine.
Okay. Ken?
I say leave it in because I think it is preemptive. I think it can save us a multitude of sins and misery and additional
Absolutely.
money by waiting for decisions to be made at a board meeting
Mhm.
that could have easily
Yeah,
been
you're
negated
right.
quickly in a board
Mhm.
operations committee
Absolutely.
meeting. So it's money well spent.
Before we're on
Right.
TV.
I'm probably wrong, but I'm saying no, same reasons that Mike gave, exactly. And we do have the check of a governance committee, and if
No,
our fantastic,
governance
no,
doesn't
not
check.
government, I mean the full board
Yeah, there you go, yeah.
afterwards. So it's kind of a belt and suspenders type of protection to have it in both places.
Well, that was really my thought. The operations committee is really about setting the agenda. Clearly, if committees there are legal issues or there are questions about legal issues, hopefully they're going to be brought before Chadwick well in advance that it comes to the board. So I just couldn't understand quite well.
Do we have legal at the committee meetings? At all of the committee meetings?
You have legal at
Covenant.
Covenants, DRB, wait a minute, Covenants, DRB, legal, board, board operating.
Yeah, yeah. So,
This is just the board op.
yeah.
Just
I have
put up.
7 yeses and 2 nos.
3.
Is that correct?
Three
3?
no's.
Who's the other no?
Me, Mike, and Ray.
Oh, I'm sorry, 3, yeah. So that's 6 and 3.
Oh, what's it? So we're keeping it in for the moment, ma'am?
6 and
Is
3.
that what it is?
3, you're
Okay.
keeping it in.
3, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Next one is professional and technical board source training and meeting facilitation for the board of directors.
Okay, let's, Ray, we want to start with you?
I'm sorry, which one are we on the bottom?
We're on the
Bottom.
bottom one. Professional and technical support, board source training and meeting.
I am the no answer on this one because I don't feel I understand the need for it enough. I'd like to hear what other people have to say.
Okay. Ken?
Keep it in, it's been invaluable.
Eve?
Yeah, I think this is, this is how we will get a code of conduct done.
Absolutely.
We won't be able to
Without
do
it.
it on our own, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mike?
I would say, absolutely, we need to keep it in. As a matter of fact, I'm wondering whether or not that's sufficient to do what we hope to do. I think the goal here is to fully implement policy governance over the next 3 years. And the code of conduct is only a small part of that. By implementing that program, I think we're going to significantly improve the effectiveness of the organization.
Okay. Danielle?
Leave it in.
Okay. Julie?
I had that on my reduce or trim record.
So is that a no?
You could do one or the other.
Right.
If you were going to reduce or trim, you would either do a code of conduct and forego the self-assessment and planning session, or vice versa.
And
So-
that was my thought, was that we fund one this year and fund another year. But that was a small place. So I don't know how I answer that.
Say it again.
I don't know if
you're
that's
on
a
the
yes
mic.
or no,
The-
because I really
the
feel
air conditioning's
like
over, I
it's
can't hear you.
could we not stagger it?
Okay.
It's like training for the board, which I think.
Training for the board,
Which I think is
absolutely
important, you know.
essential. You think about what we've gone through over the year.
I'm not going to say yes or no, so I'll.
Okay. All right. Lucinda?
So I like Julie's idea of staggering them and doing one each year. Professional facilitation, I think, is important, and I would leave it in. But I think looking at other alternatives is good too.
Okay. Is that a yes or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, keep it in.
Yes.
Good,
Okay.
good resource.
So, and
Yes.
right. Yes. Without objection.
Without objection, we're keeping it?
Yes.
Okay. So you got 2 more items. One is refreshments and supplies. The other is printing of board business cards and name tags. I recommend you do printing of board business cards and name tags first.
Okay. Comments? Yes.
Seemed very expensive to me. I was going to go online to see how much I have to pay for my corporate business cards, but
Yeah, this is name tags as well. So if anybody's got a little
Yeah. Ray had on one, didn't he?
silver
Yeah,
name tag
yeah.
on.
I never remember to wear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's,
Around
Yeah, mine, I got
Okay.
it with me.
Um,
rapid fire.
Jeff, what do you think?
I kind of like the name tag with
that's
$3,500. For that kind of money, I can do without it. I'll
Okay.
make one myself.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
And
Lucinda?
Just go cheap on the cards.
Yeah, I can do without it.
Okay. Julie?
No.
Okay. Danielle?
I think you can cut this cost quite a bit. I think I said no.
Okay. Mike?
I think you can cut the cost. If we're going to have business cards, I think the president and, it's useful to have cards. I don't need as many as I've got, but if we're going to
It's a
print them.
minimum print run though.
Yeah, right.
Minimum
Yeah.
print.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to make them on relatively quality, and that's what we've got. I wouldn't want to do anything less than that because it presents who we are.
So is that a no or yes?
I'd say reduce it.
That's no
It is just
I'll
to do
eliminate
business
it.
cards, and that's fine.
Just business cards.
Just business cards, okay. Eve,
I don't use them, I mean.
so that's a no?
It's a no.
Ken?
Right, exactly.
Leave it in. I trust staff might be able to beat the number, so leave it in.
Okay.
That's
Ray?
a good way to look at it. I'm gonna take the same answer that Ken have. I do think we should reduce it, but I think we should have a tag. I don't think it's that expensive. And we can print our own business cards if we want them to. I assume that's okay.
No, it probably has to be.
Yeah.
The
logo
logo
probably
and
has
all
to
that
be.
stuff
All
and
good
keep
stuff,
with the,
Yeah, you want to be
marketing
consistent.
package. Okay, so, where are we, ma'am?
I might be incorrect, it's like 11:05. Jeff, Lucinda, Julie, Danielle, you said,
Trim it.
Trim it?
Less
Trim it.
expensive.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see if we can
Go
get
trim.
it cheaper.
Oh,
So
Julie,
leave
yeah.
it
In, but trim it.
Trim.
Without
Okay.
objection, cheaper.
cheaper, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I think we need to do
No,
cheaper.
less expensive.
Less
Not
expensive.
cheaper.
Yeah, less expensive.
Got it, okay.
Better value.
Better
Better
value.
value, really.
Rapid fire, last one,
last
refreshments
one.
and supplies.
Okay,
And this is for community meetings, annual meeting, as well as
as your addendum.
refreshments that we do for you prior to meeting.
Okay. Ray?
Why do I have to be first on this?
Oh, okay. Jeff. Be first.
You know, I gotta tell you, it's hard, because I'm always coming right from work.
Yes, I agree. Don't
Because
be
it
shy about
seems so
saying it.
terribly self-serving, but,
We're
you
volunteering.
know, we're here till 11, 12
Wait a
o'clock
minute,
at night,
we-
too.
Yeah. So is that a yes?
I think I want to keep it in.
Okay.
As much as
It's okay.
I hate to say
Keep
But
going,
keep
keep
Lucinda?
going, keep going, rapid fire here.
Take it out.
Okay, no, okay. Julie?
Keep it in, I'm a volunteer. It's the least you can pay.
Hey, aren't we all, right? Danielle?
Take it out if you give us free assessment. You can waive our assessments.
Is that called bribery or what? What
We
do you
get
think?
something for this.
Keep it in?
Keep it in.
Okay.
Yeah, I say absolutely keep it in. I was running over to Chick-fil-A or whatever and scrambling to get here on time.
Okay.
Exactly.
So yes.
No, I agree. It's
Okay.
Too much, too long.
Keep it in.
Eve, yes?
Yes.
Ray?
Well, this is the ultimate catch-22 question. I can gain a lot of political points by saying no here, but I'll go along with yes.
Okay. Without objection, without objection.
Okay,
Okay, and that's it.
and we will pause on the, did you get something to eat? We will pause on the rest of this until your next meeting, and it looks, and I thank you all for taking time to fill this sheet out. It looks like the best next date for a majority of you, that is going to be 8 out of 9 of you, is
Uh-huh.
Thursday, October the 1st at 6 p.m.
That's fine.
Okay, October the 1st.
Job well done, guys.
Yes,
Yeah.
very well. I mean,
Yeah,
this
hanging
is,
around. Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you,
Got
guys.
through it
We
really
only-
easily. Yeah.
Went 5 minutes over. Hey, that's
Well
pretty
done.
good. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Fabulous. And we're, hey.